than simple connections to historical realities or finite singular men or performance. Taking a close reading approach to these texts would emancipate them from some of the troubles with authenticity and would permit space to consider the cultural materials that are the focus of these texts. These cultural materials are arguably far more enduring than the Salem man himself. What I mean by cultural materials are the narrative elements in text that speak to a human experience and condition in far wider fashion. The collected examples of shanty texts that researchers can access contain within them constrained narratives of gender, sexuality, hierarchy, among others that have been the fodder of literary conversation throughout history. Shanties should be viewed as texts that are equal in power and merit to literary works like Billy Budd or even Moby Dick. Where much has been written and speculated, scholars are still in the process of unpacking, and each capture undercurrents of gender and sexuality that are confounding, enduring, and fascinating. Erotic folklore collector Gershon Legman argues that, quote, the sexual materials grow out of the ordinary life situation and satisfy some of the most imperative, deep-seated fantasy needs of the informant. And such is true of the materials in modern literary works, accepted into the canon, as well as those materials that still appear on the fringes of literary conversation, like our shanties. I want to provide several examples of how the shanty would serve as a critical artifact for further investigation. For the sake of brevity, the following discussion touches the surface of what might be mined in these Salem texts. Foremost, though it may be a stretch, there is an argument to be made that the shanty we do have access to might contain articulations of a particular Salem perspective of the world that is worth investigating. As musicologist W.F. Arnold outlines in his short discussion of the shanty genre that opens Frank Thomas Bullen's Songs of Sea Labor, that, quote, the shanty, therefore, is the last surviving link with a class of ship now extinct, now almost extinct, the last will and testament of a type and sailor fast disappearing. Though Arnold's depiction of the shanty genre is romantic and even mythical, certainly aggrandizing to a degree, there is a truth inherent in his observation. The shanties in various archival collections and even printed collections contain within them the potential to read the world of the sailor as he or his editors, collectors, marketers viewed the life of the deep-water seaman. The shanty has, of course, not died out, as Arnold predicted, but the way that it was produced and circulated has certainly changed from the time of wooden sailing ships. What is of chief importance to scholars and researchers, however, is that we do have the potential to glimpse into a world that was an integral part of commerce and daily life between the period 1500 to 1890. In the foreword to Richard Runciman Terry's The Way of the Ship, Runciman says that, quote, in speech, the old-time shellback was notoriously reticent, almost inarticulate, but in song he found self-expression, and all the romance and poetry of the sea are breathed into his shanties, where simply childlike sentimentality alternates with the Rabelaisian humor of the grown man. It is possible to see this blending of the childlike sentimentality and the Rabelaisian humor in many examples from the expansive James Madison Carpenter collection. Simply glancing through the multiple examples of Blow the Man Down presents a unique data set through which to trace the various ways in which song was conceived and circulated. But more importantly, the examples also demonstrate this unique sailing tone and focus. In another archival collection, Gordon's Inferno collection, readers are treated with this same humor and potential sentimentality in the version of Every Ship Has a Capstan, where the singer belts, and I will quote, every ship has a capstan, has a capstan, has a capstan. Every good ship has a capstan, and a capstan has pawls. And every young girl likes a young man with a big pair of balls. The humor, of course, is in the wry admission of what every girl desires, but in other versions of the song, the tune is sung with the end rhyming word dropped off, generating a humorous moment of near admissions. For instance, the word balls would be dropped off, and the singers would also sing out the term, leaving the drop term to the imagination, the tip of the tongue, and no doubt eliciting a wry laughter at the assumption of the word. Underneath the humorous lines, though, also lurks an almost quaint fear concerning one's manhood and virility, where the singer recognizes that just like a good ship, having a good capstan and a man should have a big pair of balls. Or if it's dropped off, I'm just now thinking maybe it's some kind of, he had his balls removed, and which is actually a part of the shaver, which is a Hugo song. To have something smaller would potentially denote an unsavory corporeality and might even register a fear of one's virility. The sailor's shanty contains a type of rough and wry humor that is not unlike witty satire and even poetic barbs that instruct and entertain, where there is more happening underneath the line than what is apparent at a cursory reading. Humor is, in fact, a key mechanism in collected shanties, not unlike what has been observed in other collected song traditions. For the sailing man, humor was of unique import to both his shipboard life, but also to his song. Richard Henry Dana Jr., in his memoir of his time at sea, captures the sailor's humor best when he remarked that, quote, whatever your feelings may be, you must make a joke of everything at sea. And if you were to fall from aloft and be caught in the belly of a sail, and thus saved from instant death, it would not do to look at all disturbed, or to make a serious matter of it. The sailor's life was one led in near lockstep with danger, and his shipboard humor was likely used as a way to mitigate the fear that went along with it. Humor, more importantly and roundly, is a means by which individuals band together, share in laughter, target power structures, and critique culture. Joking relationships, especially in homosocial environments, help to solidify a particular bond and culture, and investigating collected shanties for what they represent about these joking ties would prove illustrative. Much work has already been produced looking into other fraternal cultures like contemporary trucking songs or union rallying cries. And within this research, humor functions foundationally. Eastman, Danaher, and Schrock note about trucking songs that, quote, value is added to the occupation by symbolizing male truckers as demonstrating determination and bravery in the face of difficulty and danger. Across the broad and expansive swath of collective and all-male singing tradition, there is the registration of inherent danger, injury, and death, but it is often registered with a degree of levity and even flippancy. In thinking about the collective nature of songs, especially as they were sung among homogeneous groups, interpretations of lyrics chosen to share within such a group are intriguing for what they articulate about group dynamics, identities, mores, and even an embedded understanding of themselves and the world around them. Shanties also present examples of working class perceptions of the world, specifically, but more importantly, highlight the inherent inequalities and frustrations visited on the sailing man in his position of subservience. Shanties can arguably be viewed as akin to a hidden transcript, which was understood through James C. Scott's notion of the hidden transcript, where grievances were inserted into the songs to subtly or overtly critique injustice weathered by the sailing man. Historian Marcus Rediker contends that, quote, captain's power aboard any deep sea sailing ship, especially in the 18th century, was personal, violent, and arbitrary. And sailors were expected to withstand the wrath of the captain both in punishment and in compensation. It is telling that grievances were visited into sailing work songs, as they were likely one of the few places where sailors felt that they had agency. An illustrative example is in a version of Leave Her, Johnny, Leave Her, from the Carpenter collection, where some lines remark, quote, our work was hard and the voyage was long. The seas were high and the gales were strong. The food was bad and the wages low, but now on shore again we'll go. This song contains grievances concerning wages, hard work, poor sustenance, violences perpetrated by captains, and a voyage that was long and brought with it incredible natural challenges. The singer expresses both the excitement of leaving the ship and also the work is coming to a conclusion and the sun is on the horizon. Complaints concerning poor food, wages, and treatment were not uncommon in sailing ships. In fact, in a diary entry from the naval drummer Philip Van Buskirk, and this was entered on 27th August, 1852, he lamented that, quote, I have frequently remarked the uncleanness of the biscuits served out for us, and our use left on. A biscuit seemed the seat of a tiny empire, a dense population of beagles constituting the nation, little squadrons of Pismires coursing here and there seemed to represent a knighthood, while the majesty of government seemed to belong to some one or two solitary firms, generally found stowed away in the crevices of the biscuit. Sounds tasty. Probably better than the meat that they would be served on ship, huh? Old pork, I think they call it. Funny and illustrative as they are of sailing life, these artifacts can also be tied to ongoing conversations concerning gender and sexuality, which is what I'm specifically interested in. What the shanties might hold about eroticism, sexuality, and sexual expression, songs like the version of Away We Go from the Infernal collection captures a crystallized representation of sexuality. Collected in 1925 from the informant John R. Spears, he notes that, quote, the men sang Away Rio over and over again, no other song of any kind, demonstrating just how popular tunes like this one were among sailing men, despite alternative arguments that the coarseness of shanties has been overstated. So I'm thinking about Terry. So the version provided by Spears reads in part, and here's a small excerpt. Oh, where are you going to, my pretty maid? And we're bound to Rio Grande. I'm going out milking, sir, she said. May I go with you, pretty maid? Oh, yes, if you please, kind sir, she said. Well, then, diddle me, my pretty maid. Oh, yes, if you please, kind sir. In this short example, the reader encounters the figure of the sailing sailor, the pretty maid, and her vocation milking. The song contains a pointed reference to sex, for the singer requests, will you diddle me? As scholars of the 18th century would recognize the erotic suggestion of the milkmaid character herself. Milking and milkmaids gesture at both the vocation of milking cows, but they also conjure images of fellatio and masturbation. This song should be compared alongside of other milkmaid songs that rise in archival collections of shanties. And the singer and collector Stan Hugel, and there he is, notes in his discussion of versions of clothing and gowns. To the point of researching sexuality within collected shanty examples, songs provide a window into the ways in which sailors may have viewed themselves, their erotic partners, and even the sexual outlets available to them. The songs, too, likely provide space for men to collectively share in the scopophilic consumption of women's bodies and erotic material, while also functioning to solidify masculine bonds necessary for the successful navigation and functioning of the sailing ship. Shanties were potentially a way by which men were able to consume the bodies of women, similarly to other all-male singing traditions where sex and sexuality figure prominently. Kathy Lynn Preston demonstrates that, quote, sharing a body song is analogous to sharing a female body, a kind of group bang, if you will. Songs like Away Rio, among so many others, are key artifacts through which to consider the ways ideas about sexuality become cemented in the space of song and poetry, but they also serve as a means to illustrate social bonding, sexual release, and even vulnerable moments of expressed longing as they are focused on erotic objects and fetishized bodies. These songs also provide commentary on sailing masculinity, the inherent vulnerability tied to that construction itself. Though conversations around gender, specifically masculinity, have a long history and have been a clear focus in discourse, a specific focus on gender in work songs like shanties has yet to fully materialize. Lisa Gilman writes that, quote, gender in lived life is fluid, and goes on to argue that, quote, folkloric forms are just as much connected to multiplicities of identities that exist within ideas about males or maleness and females or femaleness. The spectrum of identities across gender and those in two categories altogether. This multiplicity of genders is filtered throughout the many shanty texts and archival collections. And the examples indicate presentations of gender that run the gamut from hypermasculinity to serene longing and even softness. Several examples of the shanty Old Storm Along from the Carpenter collection all focus on the loss of Old Storm Along. From Carpenter notes, quote, some writers suggesting a mythical character, others that personification of the storm. Of note is that Carpenter follows the statement by relaying how, quote, one seaman spoke of it as a dirge, but the ornate figures, the bland tone, and the humorous turns discredit such an attitude. However, in deploying a close reading to many of the versions provided in this collection, it is clear that there is a dirge-like quality to the songs and even a degree of longing, vulnerability, sadness, and loss. Historian Margaret Crichton's work is particularly important in that she illuminates how 19th century seamen may have been unique in their willingness to express their softer sides for reasons having to do with their distance from home and for women. Sailors are often cast as the heedless and hedonistic bachelor jack that Valerie Burton noted in 1991, and what she recognized as a popular culture phenomenon, something mythic and based in contemporary views of a dangerous masculine entity that might harm hearth and home as well as social space. The shanties register, however, a potential reality of sailing masculinity, where they negotiate, push, and pull between mythic expectations and the lived realities of their lives, which were very often lonely, dangerous, and alienating. In at least one version provided by informant Harry Johnson on the Royal Alfred, I'm guessing that this is the ship he was on, though no other notes survive, there is an admission that the singer, quote, wished I was old Stormy's son, indicating a desire to have a relationship with this, quote, good old man that is intimate and even familial. In another version of the song, sung by informant Frank Waters as Sailor Snug Harbor, sailors mourn the loss of this potentially mythic figure. Quote, but now old Stormalong is dead, old Stormalong, briny tears for him were shed, conflating expressions of sorrow with the sea in their tears of salt water. The figure of Stormalong himself is depicted as a sailor who, quote, was a mariner bold, a man who over Neptune's bosom for years he rolled, and one who we never will see the likes again. In these depictions of Stormalong and the men who love and admire him, scholars are able to unpack complicated relationships between and among men, but also register an undercurrent of masculinity that does not gel with prevailing readings of masculine sailor. In the depiction of Stormalong, the shanties discuss illustrate a loving and paternalistic relationship with another sailing man. It aligns with what Greg Denning has noted that sailors referred to their captains as fathers of the ship. The paternalistic relationship Denning notes is akin to what Mark C. Carnes noted of ritual practices, where all fraternal orders appropriated the language of family relations. Members were brothers, officers were fathers, and initiates were sons. As Carnes notes that using familiar language and ritual practices facilitates bonding, the same is true of the sailing ship and the shanty deployed in those spaces. Of course, we can also think about what is being referenced in collected songs, specifically the cultures and places highlighted, as well as the people themselves. Succinctly, the songs provide material through which to consider the creation of self and other, and the complicated linguistic process of shaping identity. In the Carpenter collection, a version of Holloway Joe reads in part, well, once I loved an Irish gal, but she was fat and lazy. Once I loved a French girl, she nearly drove me crazy. Then I loved a Yankee girl, and she was just crazy. Within this line, there are clear and pointed distinctions between Irish, French, and Yankee girls. Commentary on Irish women as fat and lazy, immediately compared with French girls who nearly drove me crazy, indicates a distinct speech for these women as they align with women from what's arguably the U.S. According to Julia Bishop, Carpenter collected most of his shanties during his PhD work, interviewing sailors in Massachusetts at the Sailor Snug Harbor, a home for retired seamen in Staten Island. Because we have informative information and date and place of selection, it is possible to venture an argument about early American sailors and their conception of women and nationalities outside of the burgeoning U.S. What is interesting about shanties, though, is their uniquely cosmopolitan nature, generating the question concerning how such othering tactics were received by diverse sailing vessels. Carpenter later collected some shanties from Britain, but since difficult to place this collected song in either the U.S. or Britain, as the only other identifying marker is that the tune was sung on board the rocket. The distinctions made in songs like Holloway Joe suggest that identity is commercially articulated through leveraging us versus them. Similarly to all other all-male singing spaces, songs collected from the sailor add a further example of a specific maritime process of other, and even identity construction by relationship. As Overwees, Petrocelli, and Hayden Foster argued, or songs like the Jodies differentiating that singular identity both from its opposite or from the non, as well as from other similar but distinct identities such as the Air Force. Something similar is occurring within some collected shanty examples. In shanties from the unpublished manuscript of the Spanish Chronicle, male characters clash with women in fort, mates, and sometimes captains, or Indians capsized in haystacks and unfaithful women. There are songs that contain highly racist depictions of women and songs that capture failed sailing men who rise as examples of what to avoid and why. In these examples, similar to the trucking or rugby songs you might be familiar with, it is possible to see ways by which singers construct a sense of self and a strong sense of community and belonging through casting certain characters as others, or to be avoided, reviled, and sometimes modified, often violently so. Groups articulate their sense of self through slogans, dress, presentation of self, and other mechanisms of identity. The I-identifying song and modeling and articulating their boundaries around the group of people within and also outside of it. There's so much yet to be done, and here's where I come to my conclusion. The short glances into these few shared songs will not do justice to the number of songs available on archival repositories. My own work with the unpublished manuscript of Sam Kuchel, as it was provided to Gershon Lakeman, has begun the process of unpacking at least one part of what it might communicate to the scholarly world. These are rich cultural artifacts that hold a number of critical readings that generate more conversation around the content and material that is recycled in spaces like collective song. Scholars that consider song and cadence narrative to a degree, however, shanties would add another layer to this conversation. And I add indeed different research streams, as the ones that I've suggested here are far too finite. Humorous, irreverent, and bawdy as they sometimes are, shanties are complicated artifacts that often betray far deeper human realities that attended not only the sailors who sang them, but to essentially connect to other communities of working class men and women who used and still use song as bonding mechanisms and as a way to generate strength and perseverance together. As a final thought, shanties are important for what they communicate about the situation of the sailor, but also what they might do in terms of a particular worldview. And even a conception of self and other that function to make meaning in spaces that might make someone feel powerless or even insignificant. More than anything else, though, is that this work succeeds in leveraging voices from the past and from working class spaces more generally, viewing these materials in the same way as other cultural artifacts that have already enjoyed wide scholarly attention. In fact, as Redditor argues in history more generally, to date, in my view, history is from the wrong end of the spyglass. Researching sailing artifacts like the shanty permits space for us to consider history from the perspective of those who lived those lives. Bullen argues of shanties, quote, poor doggerel they mostly were, and often very lewd and filthy, but they gave the knowing and appreciative shipmates who bore the refrain much opportunity for laughter. And I would add that they also contain within them delicate and often complex articulations of identity, experience, and perspective of the world. They are two registers of longing, desire, frustration, and even agency. As simple as many of the songs are, the weight of what is articulated resounds, and the reward of concerted attention to these artifacts is an understanding and visiting yet another layer of human experience, and doing so for the mechanism of saving work. Thank you.
Hugh Schruffler, as you say, really done amazing research.
Yeah.
things he makes very clear is that a lot of shanty works were improvised.
Right.
In get your thoughts on the difference between archival, like shanties, and the vast number of words that are written down, and does make something up in the moment still get back to the theme.
Great question. Something that I grappled with uniquely in my research, because I am a literary proofreader. So we like the black and white print things, right? So when I got into this research, I was really frustrated by the recognition that there are no stable texts. Right? Like they were all impromptu. So I'm seeing all of these different versions of the songs, and can I draw specific conclusions from them? And the way that I navigated that, thinking about finite examples as an opportunity to view them as one singular influence, not necessarily representative. If that makes sense. And so I can draw some conclusions from that topic. I tried really hard, and my book is coming out this fall, 2024. I hope you guys will buy it. There's a section where I talk specifically about how important that impromptu nature was, right? And I think to a degree there are undercurrents of all things that are sort of place. And so even if we can't say that one singular example is the absolute way it was sung, there are elements gestured in those collective examples that connect, I think, to a sort of undercurrent of all mixing. So I think we can draw something there. Thank you. Any other questions for me?
One question, one comment.
Yeah.
We'll just note. You mentioned Arnold's introduction to Bowen. Bowen also has his own forward in which he makes very strongly he's only going to give one verse to every song because there is no fixed text.
Yeah.
Sense that the previous published collections, of course, explain. That they give a false sense of authority of that printed text.
Yes.
I wonder if you can speak to that.
Sure. Yeah, I actually dealt with this quite a bit because, as you all probably know, a lot of the published and circulated collections of shanties are by sailing men who give a sort of clout to themselves for being sailing men for these songs. And so I try really hard in the work that I do to situate their impromptu nature first and generate conversation around the reality that when we think about fixed text, we have to recognize that that is also circulating an incorrect understanding of the genre. The genre really is something that's from sometimes the middle of a job, right? So they might have a terrible day and they decide to sing about the fact that their captain did that Tuesday. And so if you publish those texts, and I think the work that I'm doing is trying to recollect some of those salient reflections as much as we can. And I think that's the service that this type of close reading might do. That even though it's not quite in the direction of what a real shanty is or would have been, it at least gives us an opportunity to listen to the voices. Yeah.
I would also just, if you have not already looked at it, Eileen Southern's readings in Black American music, a companion piece to her music of Black America. She's a Harvard professor and published these, I think, in the early 70s. And readings is simply a collection of excerpts from her sources, one of which is by James Hungerford, who writes an account of a song that, in a larger context, that he hears enslaved African Americans singing on the Eastern Shore of Maryland in the early 1830s, and queries the singer later about where the verses come from. Verses are all about white people that are listening to this song as a boat is being rowed, and they detail the romantic intrigues going on between the young people in the back of the boat.
But all coded, right?
Not,
No, just
not,
like right
yeah,
out the.
not particularly. Everybody gets really embarrassed. And that's the point. And
Okay.
he asks him, about it because one of the verses is from about an incident that happened the day before, and he says, where'd you get that verse? Oh, I got that from Clotilda. She makes a lot of good verses. You should come to the slave quarters on Saturday when we're having big things. And the account of that is this young is a little bit of awe and a little fear because he pops out these young verses
Like that.
over a background of singing, and it's as though you're in a hip hop club.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, and if you wouldn't mind, would you hang out after so I can get that information? Because I wasn't familiar with that word specifically, but you can certainly see traces of that in the prize chanting, right? Like his ability to extemporize, his ability to rhyme, his ability to read the room, right? Like it was a joke, but it was also a tool. So I would love to hear all of that.
And finally, the other original note I was going to give is, while it's not a shanty, there are a couple of different songs called Cabin Boy that are sailor folk songs.
Yes.
And the one from Rena Board and Fish is Shakespearean in the gender fluidity of
Interesting.
the we can talk about that later.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Right, we just go up with Cabin Boy and being pregnant. This is different.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'd love to chat about
Sure.
that. Thank you. Yes.
Along kind of along those lines, I have on occasion had people say to me, "Well, those aren't the right words."
Yeah. Yeah.
Or should be more acceptance to people singing whatever they're going to sing. You go along with it,
Right.
you know?
Yeah, you had to on ship, right? Like the shantyman was taking the reins and he was going to say what he was going to say. And that's part of why the Carpenter collection is so fascinating, is you can see like multiple different examples of songs from all of these different repertoires, and like not all of them are the same. Like there are some interesting commonalities, but mostly just the sing outs are the parts that are sort of in place. The rest of them are completely improvised.
Choruses.
At times, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, so ballad researchers think about this notion of the unstable memory of informants. And so there are some arguments to be made that even as sailors were giving some of these examples, like 20 years removed from sailing, they may have misremembered lines, right? And so even 20, 30 years out, they're still unstable, which is what I'm particularly interested in my work. This marriage between breath, body, voice, and action, and so they all sort of intertwine together. And I think that shanties, as they sort of continue to evolve, wed into that. Right? Thank you. Any other questions?
I'll make a couple of comments.
Sure.
Shoot me down. I'll be quick.
Okay.
The gangbang,
Yeah.
the latent homosexuality in men sharing the song that excites them about the action against a woman.
I have a little chapter on
I know. And I told my male students that female students are really good.
Oh, yeah. We usually do.
The milking alone is always.
Oh, yes.
Or the woman who's spinning alone and the man who's by and has a shuttle.
Right. Yeah, because I should add really fast, I mean, I'm talking about this is an all-male singing tradition, but there are also female singing traditions that are very similar to what we see in shanties. Sure.
Melville, refers to the shanty as the democratic voice. And I think it is a necessity for people who are reading and teaching literature as you do in Melville in the chapter of Christmas Day, where Bildad is singing the most beautiful thing of psalmody, and the capstan singing something about the girls out. And if you don't know what that is, yeah, but when you know what it is, the juxtaposition is fabulous. And I just wonder, have you looked at his work? We looked at these area.
That- But I can't place. The name sounds very.
In Moon of the Captain, O'Neill sailed before the Bears. And he's very concerned with the transformation of masculinity from sailors.
Oh, okay, yes, that is fine. Valerie Burton talks about that.
So in the Moon of the Caribbean and in the Harriet, he shows that as you're on steam, the shanty man loses that viral masculinity,
Yes.
and the shanty becomes an entertainer.
Yeah, I think that pairs to what happened when folks began to collect shanties to sail and into the early 1800s. It took the piss out of them, as it were. Right? But yeah, like I really think that from sail to steam, like it wasn't just the violence that was done to the collective artifacts of the sailor. Potentially, it was also a violence to the sailor himself. And in fact, there are a lot of lamentations about how the sailor was not able to view himself in the same economy as he was maybe even 30 years prior. So that's an interesting aspect of the song as well.
Gonna fight, which is something that feels beyond stand for us to living and reading. It's the text that shaped it. Which also, which is Isaac Locke's text, which also even with its sister is putting in the books. And it's explicitly a song about the joy of going across a river.
Juxtaposed with the soil.
With hope. Yeah, but it's the concept of whether that is actually being read as dismal by everybody when it's explicitly something about the joy of crossing the river. I think also like in the context of that, coming from both him and his sister. I know the work I'm saying now is looking at me. But I just think it's interesting that it's explicitly a song about the positive versus the one that is at its core of going back.
I accept what you say. Does he give the song
He does. He does.
right after he says that this will stay? Doesn't that come quite later?
It's like a
in the
paragraph
chapter?
later, yeah.
So it's not necessarily this okay.
Next year's paper.
We want you up there.
So I want to thank everybody again. I don't know if there are other questions, but I'm going to hang out for a little bit. I also have flyers if you're interested for my book that's coming out next year that looks specifically at the unexpurgated manuscript of Stan Hugel. And it is a literary close analysis, but it is an interdisciplinary one. So I use a number of different theoretical frameworks. And so thank you again for a lovely, lovely opportunity. Thank you.
We take a break now and we reconvene here.
Absolutely. Okay, great. Yeah.
Nicely done.
Thank you so much. Sure.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Some parts on the.
Good job.
We may convene at 1 p.m. sharp. 1 o'clock.
Hey, guys, one more small item. This is high priority. I think it's because it's on the town hall guest thing, and I think all your cell phones are also on the town hall guest. If they aren't, disregard. If they are, I'm just gonna ask you to either turn off your Wi-Fi or just that will help. Thank you. Yeah. I'm gonna be.
Do you need us to bring you some lunch? What would you like?
I don't know. What are you going to?
Oh, that's good.
They usually have, they have cranberry turkey.
Cranberry turkey?
Yeah, great. Can we get 10 ounces? Yeah. Thank you. If not, you know, what I'm gonna have.
I love your flavor. Oh, they always shoot something.
Just outside of this office. Jumped in And the song is not a sheep. I know it was 1997. I won the farm in Dublin. I misheard it. A maritime was falling on the water to so somewhere in the world, right now, there are about 50 guys. I know it's not.
Thank you for letting me know. Oh. Yeah. Yep. If you.
Yeah. No, as soon as you said that, it immediately, I read the sheet. And it was. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. The machine is. Oh, I see. So by pressing the computer is the source.
Like there.
let's take this out.
Wait step.
What about most people?
It's very interesting.
So, I think is. Is to have the presenter just turn the video off. I think that's the,
On their end.
yes. I think that. So what I would normally do is intermediary stuff. So that's just the screen.
We're all going to lunch now anyway, so that's. Oh, yeah.
Oh, they're very good, yeah.
There's a link, I can see it. There's definitely a link coming out of that.
All right, Shelley's making the executive.
All right, good, good. I know.
Down to the, about the, comes down to us, you know. It's very well to us, yeah. It's a good one.
Good afternoon. You too.
Oh, okay, we got it.
Yeah.
I want to open this. I don't want to get something that should.
I don't know if I need to restart. Yeah. I appreciate some service.
No, I just need to.
Oh, please, I know. Down here, probably in the green room area anyway. Brother said you. So, okay, I think I've got it. I think I've got it. Okay, how's that? Now it's
It's all good. Like, well, now that I've, I don't know. Yeah. I'll figure it out.
So I had been the other year. Be here.
Yeah.
There was a complaint. Sound was cutting in and out, but then I saw you got a new mic set up.
There were a bunch of complaints.
It was a table. No, it's too late. Too late. We got that's Anne Marie's tablecloth. No.
I haven't yet. So.
I have to come up.
All right, let me,
Yeah, don't want to.
let me show you what.
He wanted to bring light for the winter, and his cousin said, no.
Might have a further problem, now that I've decided to go back.
Yes.
On the projector too, it'll shut down. Now I gotta shut it all down for a minute or two. It goes to sleep if nothing's connected to it. Or...
She's probably up there half dark. I said, in the morning, I have face, teeth, hair, and a cup of coffee, make clothes. That's just.
That's why I was laying something in.
Of course, you just think about everything that there is to do, and I'll leave. Yeah. It was so key.
I get Oh, I think it's funny.
Live in town.
It's changed everything. Fixing some buildings.
Right.
I know you're running around. That's how it goes, though. You either got nothing or I'm all over the place. Right, right.
Oh, we don't. Oh, farming. There's that new smell over there. Kind of noisy, and let's get on the town council so we can change it.
Jonesport, 15 minutes down the road. You going down? Better off walking. Better off walking.
Thank you.
And that takes you. That's our issue. So now we should be.
You know what, if they know that they are going to complain, they're very much to go where they get products, what pounds to grease, how to do it. And the people that should have a visitor center don't have their club.
You're around all
They know
weekend?
how to, you know, the
Okay,
key
that's
phrases,
probably
the
good.
key pounds to grease, they know how it's done.
Well,
They grew up in-
since there's no rain, yes. Okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Do you know where my shop is? Yes. You should, come by sometime. They used to say call the fire department.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so.
This is water for the Central Center. Did you see the?
German, Irish.
We, here.
Okay. Take care.
Yeah, it was always noble.
Yeah.
It was all. But around, we were in one coast.
My phone number should be in the emails. Okay. Oh, I think we're.
Yeah. Yeah.
Without words, quick measures,
That's a lot, Dave.
Yeah, I know. It was like, I don't want him to get popular because
Okay. So. This is
Yeah, just remind
Fuck you, money.
Serious.
No, I'm so are we. So are we.
They bought you in the 1700s. Now,
These people are.
This is what I mean about knowing what to say about. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
the library is watching.
Thank you.
Hobby for her. It's a hobby for her, buying towns and fixing them up. This is what. Stephen.
Town here in Connecticut, Chester, that's, 2 towns.
Yeah.
Did you get any?
It's really nice to be able
Well, so we use. Much.
You always better to keep the eyes stable, very special thing in the backyard.
But, you know, people are scared.
That's how
Money. Like David was making, on the gold absorb a lot of pricing. And so, a lot
It'll
of
be
people.
interesting. It's just,
And for the first stoplight, for instance.
so much difference. The fact that we should be throwing this out.
And not because of you, and so when the woman's husband died, she died in the world. A couple of people in the county transferred the organs. So she got a lawyer, New York, license to practice in Connecticut. And her argument. So they do this legislation, midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's no longer done. And so she got very extra husband. So the locals are How dare you? I wasn't to be buried here, but how dare you tell me I can't be?
Well, so I put it on the side there, so.
Thanks again, guys.
Is that when she dies, she has a plot. The big cemetery, she's not really deeper, it's huge cemetery there. She's got a plot, she's going to be buried. She will actually bury
Every little farm in America has its own cemetery and all that. This is the thing, they take pictures and they postcard those and they. Whoever buys my house is gonna be surprised.
This is okay.
I love that.
There was a. Nobody was there. It's nice to go there. And it wasn't even alcohol practice. She said, we're gonna go to the. And people started finding this.
Now they put it on. And they're already.
It was, somebody put it aside.
Yeah.
This is a that people chasing you surround. We went for far. If you were not, you know, no unlocal.
Now on the internet, somebody gets on the list, everybody wants to have so all those little places, street, I know like, I know places. And they do.
Where shop is.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that.
That's part of the larger, how does it feel like? And, if you come down the hill, there's a big red bar. Bridge. And when you cross the bridge, I think it's a park, the town park, and something like this. Well, the belief is the entire hollow. We come in and park on the property.
Grassy areas on either side.
And they call them G's, it's just.
No, now it's gotten on the website.
But it turns out. Radio stations, or TV stations, set to do some of the investigations in the area. It's a little. So all of a sudden, it went from. And
There's only 6 parties. No trash cans, there's no services right now. There's no bathrooms or services, so they move bags and diapers everywhere. Now it's just.
we had a guy pull on the property once. I was walking out of the shop and he was throwing, he had somebody in the driver's seat, and he had somebody in the back, they were throwing this little bags of garbage. And I called, I was like, hey, hey, and then they kicked out a toilet. They went up, and like, back of the truck, kicked out, and it peeled out. So I didn't know where it was. They called us up.
Yeah.
I didn't know. Nowadays, it's just
Yeah. You would have not have that stuff to go to the box. Yeah. Parking, bring your body, what do I do?
if you're not gonna stay.
Yeah.
You can unload it and go find something.
That's so funny, you took a picture of it and sent
you know what you mean. Somewhere.
Yeah, I have to office.
Okay.
I can get the emergency messages.
All right.
So, I'll be back.
This is the gentleman on the screen.
Yeah, I don't know.
Are you David?
No. Sorry, I'm Ben.
Ben, hi, I'm Sheila.
Sheila, nice to meet you.
I'm here to whatever.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's, sorry, so I was joking. David Colquhoun is the next presenter.
And he's not here.
He's not here.
Oh.
He's in Maine.
Oh, okay.
So we're gonna play his video and then he's calling in.
Okay, like this morning.
Exactly.
Hi, I'm your mic runner from 1 to 5.
Like, so when we had, also, this is being a live stream right here.
Okay, sorry.
No, just keep that in mind. When we had this mic and that mic on at the same time, there was awful feedback. And so my initial thought was turn that off, turn that on, and then just go back and forth. We're not going to do that. We're just going to have people go up to that mic and ask the question directly. So there's no running necessary.
Just a handy, more of a handy.
Yeah. If the presenter's in person, then they'll just hand the thing back and forth. If they're not, then the questioner goes up to the podium and
All right.
asks it. Simple as that.
I'll enjoy the symposium.
Absolutely. Yeah, please do. I think we're mostly good here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you, Ben. Oh, you Robert?
Yeah, Robert.
Hey, Ben. Good to meet you.
How are you? Okay.
Best thing to hear about they're lucky to be.
Yeah.
They left lost. Conservative.
Well, apparently they didn't say. But I had something to show for us.
However, I've got nothing else to do, so. Anybody else?
And then. Which is now like that's you can hear that on the Disney Channel.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I was.
When I started teaching in the 1980s,
Hi.
How are you?
So are there, it's gonna be like two half hour lectures? Or are there a couple days?
There are, well, the symposium's only here.
It's only, okay.
There are, starting at 1 o'clock, which is 12 minutes. There will be David Telequin has a recording, and then he's for Q&A.
Oh, okay.
And then 2 o'clock, we got another person who's got a video and then Q&As in. And then we've got a pair of people, so Dan here and a guy in who's going to be zooming in. So the two of them have a recorded talk, and then they'll take Q&A for Zoom or in person. And then we have a group that will be here in person, but they have video.
Oh,
Yeah.
so that's,
For
so
the
it's
next 4
the,
hours.
oh, okay, so it's the group that's. Okay.
Prestige and me. 3 o'clock?
Yeah, I think it was.
4 o'clock.
There were two of them.
I'm not the. So, Dan and Vince are 3 o'clock. Prestige and Mutiny at 4.
Okay.
And they have the document.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, we had all the first one was a video, and then we went to Q&A and everyone. No, that didn't work out too well. And then basically,
Oh, yeah.
like the second one has and then we have lunch. So I had a lot of time to work on stuff now. Instead of a dongle, it's HDMI and you'll be fine. Yep. I believe the recording, actually, they might be able to hear us right now or in 5 minutes. Because we're live. We're live right now. If they go to the part 3 URL, then that is, I think, good.
And is that on YouTube?
It's on
So they
YouTube.
can go to the part 3?
Yeah,
Part
if they
3
go
starts as what, the third session?
the third session, yes.
That
If
was 11 o'clock.
if
9
that
o'clock
starts,
was our start, that was the video. 10
Yeah.
o'clock was
It's-
Stephen, and then the third one was Jessica.
it was about 11:30, 11:20 maybe. So I missed most of it. So, okay, so what?
Who did you, so it's 11:30, so we missed most of that?
Right.
That is really too bad.
Yeah, I was wanted to make sure that the in-person stuff happened
Yeah.
live stream.
Okay.
Secondary, unfortunately.
All right.
Unfortunately, it is. Other than on the front wall, is PowerPoint here. I see 2 or 3 on the front.
PowerPoint or the
Front.
oh,
I see.
um,
I see one next to you. The second one of those. I have a watch that's about to die. A friend of mine is bringing me my charger.
you're welcome to use my plug thing. I have a multi. Yeah,
Sure.
very multi.
I just need to get the charger, which is one of these weird magnetic chargers, and
I have all the parts, but it's in my pack when they come up.
Yeah.
I see, there's a couple on the front, but I ain't plugging in there because I've seen.
Here.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm Ben.
I'm Bill. Talking to Faye about you. Faye is waiting to come back in.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
There she is.
Oh, okay. Still like church, you're gonna have your own.
And has a PowerPoint. There's also another direct off the.
Oh, yes.
I really want to go plug in way right on the front, in the front of everybody.
Sorry. Yeah.
I'm sure you're aware, but
Yeah.
Zoom is a world of its own.
Oh, yeah.
A walking problem. Over that hill.
So, some.
Down the far, just pull the plug up.
I've worked this couple times in this past month. I did a study. Kincaid. I'll just take a really good look.
On Maritime. It's on the YouTube channel.
We did the same song in the first place. So you saw it.
Yes.
I could, Faye is like her to start.
Dan is here, I just didn't see
Oh,
him.
there you are. Okay.
What? Did you get something to eat, or did you spend the whole time with Barney? So I have a half a sandwich.
That was so kind of you. She gave me half a sandwich.
You're eating this.
Mom? When you were gonna have somebody over there, like when this thing is over, might be a way of celebration. Ready to
I think yeah, we'll do this thing.
right on time? Okay.
Well, I don't know who this guy is up here. All I can tell you is not getting a nickel from me. Not a question. Look at him, he's just a stiff. Oh, where are we? We have,
David Pelican.
David, of course, is not in the room. Sent for something, is that right?
Man,
That's him.
Yep.
Hey. So you want to hit the button and we'll get going?
There it goes, guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to talk again about my favorite author, my favorite chapter, 132 Symphony. The title of this paper is A Song Without Words, Rachel, Perpetual Sorrow, and Shekina, of chapter 132, the Symphony, will be the longest title I've ever come up with. Faye is partially responsible for that. Anyway, we'll all be explained as we go along. Before I start, I want to thank Faye and the everyone who decided that this might be a good idea for me to do this. And I'd like to dedicate this paper in memory of my old friend, and friend of most of the people in this room, the legendary, irreplaceable, the natural wonder of sea music that will always be the great heart of our beloved Knox. We miss him. I wish I was there to share a few stories. I'll get around to it eventually, but I know he'll be well celebrated in this festival. My paper centers on, as I said, chapter 132 of Moby Dick, Symphony. You don't have to have read it to get the gist of this, but it helps if you're familiar with it. The chapter is considered by me to offer some of the most sublime writing in all of Herman Melville's work, and I agree with that. I'm taking several perspectives, and I'm going to outline them for you here. One, I discovered that the music, if you will, and the music of this symphony can best be heard as a compassionate song about words, a song that belongs to the biblical Rachel in her lamentation and visual sorrow over her lost children. And I'll explain that as I go on. Most of all, I want to stress that this aspect of action lies at the center of this study. And the insight of that compassion is reflected in its feminine tone. And I think that's an important aspect. Secondly, I will show that the symbolic setting of the background of the symphony is the tree of life, also known as the Sephirah Kabbalah. And finally, I propose that Milton intentionally sets the tree of life scene of the symphony with this symbolism, and that he was intimately informed by the 10 stations, what they call Sephirah Kabbalah. The 10 Sephirah are also known as the apple orchard of the Shekinah. Now, Shekinah sometimes is pronounced Shekinah or Shekinah. I may do either or, and there probably is another way to pronounce these things, but I'm not an expert in that. Yes, all right. As we will see, Ahab will, like a blighted fruit tree, reject this garden of compassion that he see as he casts his last cindered apple to the ground. And that's going to be an important point I'll come back to. In traditional Kabbalah, Rachel and the Shekinah are joined in the sublime sensibilities of compassion and sorrow. Rachel and the Shekinah are also specifically associated with Malchus, the 10th and last station of the tree of life. Let's give you a more clear review and detailed map of this is not, I decided not to make a terribly detailed map, but I'm going to show you this one. An idea of the 10 stations, if you will. If you want to think of them as stations, you can do that. It is then and the descent of the chakras. I just chose the 3 colors here. The cater, the crown at the top, so our that shows up in the symphony way. And then green is different, which is compassion. And although I'm not going to speak about that separate too much, it flows downward to the bottom. We see the blue of the symphony. And that Sephiroth, one at the bottom, belongs, you might say, to Shekinah, but all the energy flows down through Sephiroth. I would love to say more about this. It's so complicated that it would take full talk, and we never get around to talking about other things. So I'm going to just leave it at that and move along. A few words on the Shekinah, because this is for Sephiroth. Melville's first reference to the Shekinah appears in Marty, 1849. He mentions the Shekinah again in Clairol, his poem. He places her at the depth and sublime ascension of Billy Blood, where in the manuscript the word Shekinah is crossed out. The line would have read, Billy ascended, and ascending took the full Shekinah of the dome. For reasons we will probably never know, he crossed out. And the line reads, Billy ascended, and ascending took the full rose as a flower. The Shekinah, which translates as a feminine presence, is said to dwell in the midst of the Jewish people goes with them, protects them in all of their wanderings and captivities. She herself is considered to be an exile, and like Rachel is associated symbolically with the lost children of Adam since the fall of Eden, including Ahab and Ishmael. So, Rachel's song without words. Melville casts Rachel in 4 different scenes. She herself has no words to speak. She's known more for her silent song of lamentation, which we call a song without words, which I stole from Favorite. So, here are the chapters that she appears in. Chapter 136, The Lifeboat. The terrible cries that are heard by the crew that are, quote, like half-articulated wailings of the ghosts of all parents of innocence. This actually is a reference taken from the New Testament, chapter 2, verses 16 to 18, where Rachel is cast in the role of patriarch, mourning the lost boys slain in Christ child. So basically, we've got Matthew borrowing her symbol. And of course, we have Melville doing the same thing. Then chapter 128, the Pequot is described as a large ship. She's described as a large ship because she's symbolic not only Rachel, but also the search for the lost children. That's just my feeling about it. But no one's ever mentioned the large ship. When Captain Gardner, another named Tucker, begs Ahab to tell her the treasure is lost boy, Ahab's answer is charged with terrible cruelty. Captain Gardner, I will not do it. Even now, I lose time. There's a powerful scene in the film, even though I'm associated with use of the film. It's very well depicted. It's just shattering when those lines are delivered. So again, finally, in the epilogue, we have, of course, and this is when the DB is cruising Rachel, that in her retracing search after her missing children, ongoing orphan, which of course is issued. In addition to these 3 scenes, book, I place Rachel here in chapter 132 of the symphony as she sobs over Ahab, another fallen Adam, who she could yet find in her heart to save and bless. She's in the air. She's not even considered to be a character. I think she's a very strong symbolic presence, as you know. The cheerful lamentation of Rachel and the compassion are both subtly blended within the silent and beauty of the feminine air and the serene atmospheric setting of chapter 32. I want to mention that it was Ilana Parde that first referred to the feminine air who sobs over and as, quote, as a Rachel-like figure. She saw something similar to what I see. I couldn't agree more with her, and I think a lot of interpretation. I'd like to ask all of you for a moment to think of the saddest piece of music that you have heard. And that will be different for many people. When asked the composition that most people recite, classical music is Barbara's Adagio with strings. As I worked on this paper, it was Barbara's Adagio that most resonated as the feeling tone of the symphony in a gracious sorrows. Basically, this is what we're talking about. That this is a tone that is felt within this beautiful tribute. And in the background, you might say, she's and she inhabits the entire Sephora system. She's associated with compassion, and that's why I place her there. And Rachel is in search of lost children, and I think that is very, very, very strongly towards the end of the book, and that's why I gave her that place. Note that Daniel Matt, hold this book up. Daniel Matt is the greatest scholar of there are 12 books of this size. this transition from RNA retires over. So he's my hero. And he places where Chicaner's also presence here in the last set of rods, as well as the Shekinah's apple. The apple, he mentions Rachel, he mentions the Shekinah. He doesn't mention the Shekinah's mirror here. In other places, he does. I'll come back in a second. It is also traditionally placed here. We're going to say about that soon. What is important is that at this lower sephirah, the last sephirah, is where the energy of the whole sephirah falls through, you might say, or runs through. And if you can picture this, and I think this is what Buffalo was thinking of, what he was thinking of is that sephirah, of course, is a formless, invisible energy field, you might say, or symphony or harmony. And Alpha, the last one that I showed you here, down at the bottom, symbolically touches the earth. This particular use of it touches the sky, and that is the sense. And so they are there in the center of the world. Where? They're there on the solstice, and as mentioned, being noon, these symbols are melted all the time. It's a very old idea, Mercia Eliade. I can't go into it now. But the Kentucky is given as an ophthalmos. We are now here in this center, ready to attempt to ascend, you would say symbolically, the throat to the throat. That's the sense of it. Few words on Melville. I know primary source of his knowledge of Kabbalah. By the time that Melville began the composition of what we did, he had in hand John K.I.T.T. Cato's Cyclopedia of Literature, which was published in 1845. I've read a lot of it online, and I can tell you that it's very, very impressive from that time. And there are 5 lucid columns, including a chart of the Sephirot. Certainly not at the time, but I think he already read about Kabbalah before that. It was 20 minutes now since the 17th century. In different languages, he would have been familiar. There were at least in Cato's Zohar. The Zohar is simply the name given to the Bible. That's exactly what it's talking about. So scholars also know Cato's book with passages of sermon. That's something that you can check out for yourself. The Sephirot are like a Jacob's ladder, in that there is a descent of God's image, as well as a way back in the sense of God. Very, very old idea. In Milton's Paradise Lost, we have a 3-day war in heaven between God and Satan. Compare that to a 3-day chase of a Pequod, which he calls his chariot, ascending in blazing splendor. These 3 days of the world at the equator, the center of the Pacific, at some solstice. Milton's Satan in Paradise Lost falls, but he ascends to the throne. Ahab is attempting an ascent to the throne, and both are cast down. That's a whole a wonderful story to unpack. I'm not going to do it here. We continue with the theme, which can be very difficult if you're me. What I'd like to do is to take you through passages in chapter 132. In this quiet, we can hear the wordless passion, as Ahab can hear it, at least for wordless, but it's there. Keep in mind, we are at the last. The mystical space is the child. It's Rachel looking for most children. Bless the Lord. were looking to find them. It was a clear steel blue day. Air and sea were hardly separable in the only the pensive air was transparent. One's look. On high glided the snow white birds. These were the gentle thoughts of the feminine air. Birds and goddesses go together. I can't think of a goddess who doesn't have some kind of bird that's associated with her. And so that's a dead giveaway right there. These birds flying over, unspeckled birds. Ahab, of course, comes on deck. He with a helmet of a brow to the fair sequence. She's looking down, you might say, and he looks up. It's a glimpse of the Shekinah's mirror, looking into the eyes of God or the eyes of the Shekinah is part of what the tradition is about. But the lovely aromas in that enchanted area was a cantankerous thing in his soul, that black atmosphere, that winsome sky, didn't rest, stroke and caress, that was cruel, forbidding, now threw affectionate arms around his neck and so joyously sobbed over him. This is Rachel sobbing over and with tears associated with 10 years ago, this chapter. Come back to it. She elicits the tear for everybody felt like a tear. Tears leaves this one tear in the ocean, but they, except for they don't mention who I think before. But that's just me. So another quote here. He elicits that tear as if for one that however willful and erring she could find yet her heart to say bless. So this is the sense of compassion, the Rachel-like that I'm talking about. And then finally, from beneath this flood, into the sea. Nor did all the Pacific contain such wealth. I deviate here a lot, but I won't. This is if you have an ocean, you've got Sephora, and then you've got Malta here, and the ocean down below. This is a very special ocean. This is the ocean, the ocean of the soul, or the Shekinah's sea. So it's not just, and of course, the Pacific is already special. We know that. It's so glorified, it's beautiful. It's his greatest prose poem on the Pacific. So, Starbuck, of course, comes up and sees the old man. Starbuck saw the old man, saw him, how he over the side, seemed to hear his own true heart, measureless sobbing that stole out of the sound, the serenity around. To hear in his own heart, he's the one who is compassion. First, you might say. Or at least he's aware of it. It's a wonderful conceit, I think. So finally, Ahab is engaged. He starts to talk. He says, away, whole oceans away from that young girl. 50 and sails for Cape Horn. The next day, leaving but one Denton wife, rather a widow, with her husband alive. I widowed that poor girl. Here, brush this old hair aside and blind to me. That was the end of everything. Well, he seems to, he said. So this is a key moment. The following Starbuck are again elicited by the feminine data, one or two of her orphans. As symbolically present, also symbolically present is the Shekinah. When Ahab says this is the magic glass. The magic glass is, it's interesting because it's a clouded mirror. That's, it's been over on that. When her is present, it's revelatory. Leonard Cohen in the song Susan is a similar goddess, and she holds the mirror up. In the sea, heroes in the seaweed. forever, saying, in the morning. While Suzanne holds the mirror, she came in. Good. Leonard Cohen, I don't know if you read. I think we would have enjoyed that, reading that. So, she gave presence as a symbolic revelatory term, which is, and symbolized by Ahab lived in the magic glass that Ahab declares to start. This is Ahab again. Close, stand by me, star. It's better than to gaze into the sea or sky. As Daniel Matt, our scholar, writes, who receives the face of his friend, receives the face of the Shekinah. Isn't that beautiful? Again, by the green land, by the great rockstone, this is, I see my wife and my child in thy night. Beautiful, mystical insight that takes back to the children. Wife and child like here, elicited by the family. No, stay on board, Ahab says. Grand Ahab gives chase to Moby Dick, and I'm no, not with the far away home I see in the night. There's no good home in this book. There's no feminine presence, really. Captain and first mate speak longingly about the sons, but falls into a river. The possible Ahab, captain from this chase, leaves with the captain. Wife and child, too, a Starbucks wife and child, brother and sister, youth. We have time, sir. And the wife and child, longing, contract, mate. We live instant. We alter the course. How cheerfully, hilariously, oh, on our way to see old man Tucker. I think, sir, some mild blue days like this, and yes, they have. I've seen them. Summer days, about this time, yes. This is June now. So the boy, he sees his son, the boy, the race. His mother tells him of me, cannibal, bull, but we'll come back to this. Starbuck sees his Mary, 'tis my Mary, my boy. Every morning should be carried to the hill and catch the west on sale. Yes, no more is done. Come, my captain, study out the course and let us know. See, the boy's face from the hill. The boy's face from the window, the boy's hand on the hill. Beautiful stuff. Then, finally, Ahab's glance was averted. Like the fruit tree, he shook and cast his last extended arrow to the soil. The Torah and the Zohar often refer to apples or the holy apple orchard. Sephirah, representing the apples. He effectively cuts himself off from the compassionate song without words and harmony of Ahab, you might say, is another fallen Adam. Stephen Moby Dick. And according to rabbinical tradition, Shekinah herself is an exile. She shares in the exile of the Jewish people, although it includes Rachel as the inconsolable good mother, and as the ship Rachel, and symbolically searching for all exile lost since the fall from paradise, including Ahab and Ishmael. And so the brief visionary intimacy between Captain and mate ends, and the three-day chase begins. As the song without words grows dim, and is finally no longer heard by the willful Ahab, although Starbuck will refrain fearful snatches of that song before he dies on the third day. Well, I want to allow time for questions. And so I'm going to thank my videographer, my neighbor Boris, who has become a good friend, he has a little hair. But he is assisting me in this. He actually knows what he's doing with the camera. So in closing, we may intuit a similar sense of the mystical depth of the title of the song, a song without words. And a quote from the great Sufi scholar Martin Lanes. He speaks here of the music of the spheres, which is often spoken in the same breath as the Sephirotic Kabbalah. Quote, Martin Lanes. The music of the spheres is the transcendent rhythm and melody of the soul to which the unfallen man had access. The art of music presupposes such access. For its primal purpose is to give us a foretaste of what we cannot hear. Thank you for listening. Thank you for putting up with my mistakes. I'm going to magically appear in another capacity, then Arthur is going to make me have me show up, and I'll be wearing a different shirt. Yeah. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm actually on the phone with David right now. We're gonna get into the Zoom meeting. And then he's gonna chat with you guys today. One sec. So, David, are you just dial that number as if you are making a phone? And then we can go down the list. You dial that phone number, and then you dial the meeting code. Exactly. All right. Bear with us a sec, guys. No one's bearing with me. Why is nobody bearing with me? Thank you. Thank you. Good. Faye, can you hear us fine? This is Faye, the organizer of this?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Apologies.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Faye.
Did you hear the response? No.
You're muted.
Okay. Let me give you another call back.
You're muted.
And are you dialed?
At the bottom right.
Right. Well, no. Hey, can you hear me?
You're totally muted.
Yeah. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, Faye, you asked a question?
People are hearing me.
People are hearing.
Loud and clear, Faye.
If, if you want to say some jokes.
About jokes, but I want to say some thank yous. Ben Parker has been working overtime today because Murphy has overtime when it comes to technology. And even though he has worked so hard in the previous weeks, meeting with everyone on Zoom, he couldn't guess how many things could go wrong with one day. But I also want to thank all our presenters who have persevered in person and on Zoom, and also to thank Dan Wilder, our great MC, who has been welcoming people here in person. Yay! Okay, we have David. I can hear you. Take it away, David.
All right, I guess,
I'm not very clear.
no, for some reason. Okay, David, I'm gonna, want to have a question for David, come on up here. You're gonna have to use this microphone. So you'll be put on the spot here. Or raise your hand.
David, when you were speaking of song without words, what immediately jumped to mind to me is from another of Melville's works, Redburn, in passage is often quoted when people are talking about the history of shanties. Although I will note that it's often quoted to suggest that sailors were singing call and response shanties, when in fact they were not. It's from Redburn, the narrator is based in Melville on his first voyage and so his first voyage packaged him, in which he says, the men took hold of the rope and began pulling upon it, almost like they're all setting up a song with no words to it, only a strange musical rise and fall of notes. And in the dark night, far out upon the lonely sea, it sounded wild enough and made me feel as I had sometimes felt. When in a twilight room, a cousin of mine with black eyes used to play some old German airs on the piano. I almost looked around for goblins and felt just a little afraid. So I wonder if you could comment on any connections you see between that and this much broader mysticism.
Yeah. That's wonderful. I had forgotten about that connection. But I'll just say a few words about Memphis as mystic, as I believe he was. I think that what happened with Memphis, like all of the reports of mystics, is that these are direct experiences. And it comes sometimes in images, in tones, where there's no words, but they're often spoken after the person has received it, if they want to talk to anybody. They will often speak to it in musical terms. So Babalanjo in Marty, and he found very kind of it, my soul on the floor. Soul on the floor. So yes, that's what I'm piece. I'm gonna go back and check that, but I think the direction is well, great.
Okay, any other questions?
Thank you. That was a good question.
Hello, David. And he relates to me. Where should I go?
Yeah, I'm not.
She's got a mic. I'm hearing her.
Yeah.
Oh. Not hearing your question.
I'm trying to fix this.
Hello, Lynn, can you hear me? Wait, hold on, Dave, did you say you can't hear?
We can't hear her.
So let me stand where you were standing. Now can you hear me? It's the spot on the floor. Okay. So my name is Helen, and I missed the first 15 minutes or so of your talk, unfortunately, because I got a little lost in Essex, walking back from lunch. So I wanted to ask you, when it comes to this, I recently read Moby Dick for the first time. The only reference that I saw to was the ship ritual, of course, which stands out. And I read that passage which you analyzed so beautifully for us. But did Melville know the Zohar? Did Melville know the tradition of the Sephirot? Yeah. Yeah. That's the question.
Yeah, okay, so it's a difficult question to answer directly because it's clear that he was reading about Kabbalah. He had used Shekinah at least 3 times. And one of the times that he used it was right at the end with Billy Buck, where he crossed it out with manuscript. And the big meaning of Shekinah is usually translated as 2 halves of God, man and female. And the female aspect is the one that the song about where it's about, and it's related to the tradition of Rachel, the physics, and to the Shekinah's mirror, which I mentioned. So he certainly picked it up what he was doing with Shekinah, understood, and he certainly knew what he was doing with Rachel. I'm just sort of pulling a few things together, because I think the symphony, the wordless symphony, goes with all of that wonderful aspects of the art and Kabbalah, which he was dealing with.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Thank you.
You up?
All right, somebody else coming up? I don't know be on the stand. This is the most stable position for it. But you guys still hear us, right? Yes. Okay, any other questions?
Things are giving out.
That's great, I love questions.
Is this good now? Can you hear me? Okay, Kay, it's good to see you. This is Steve. David, I wrote to you a few times. I hope you're well now. What I'm seeing, I told you I would read Melville and Moby Dick. I have to take walks. It seems to me that what I get out of this is that, to use a sexually loaded word, penetration, that we are in a society obsessed with the male penetration of the female. And that Ahab's failing is that he's not allowing Rachel, the female, to penetrate him. Starbuck.
Yeah, he refused the gift that she's opened up, and he responds with compassion between his sorrow, but then he doesn't last, and he discards her, and then continues on with his thing.
And he does the same with Starbuck, who in that scene is representing through Mary, well chosen name, is representing the family, the domestication, the home, the lure of the family. And he refuses to, they have refused to let that. Thank you, I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I'm better now. There's the next thing, and I've been dedicated. Thanks for the question.
Okay, anyone else? Got maybe 8 minutes left, 8 or 10 minutes left before we go on break.
I'm still here.
Oh, we have somebody coming up.
thank you very, very much for your. Get up to this morning. Thank you very, very, very much for calling us out for sussing all these myriad programs. It was really quite interesting. I think it was unusual and particularly good. We're going to take a break on this end now, and yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break on this end now, and we'll be back live in 15 minutes. All right?
All right, thanks for the questions, everybody.
Yes. Thank you.
This should be hooked up to. The volume's up as far as we can. I think the issue, face.
And this is supposed to be.
Exactly. So in face. Yeah, it's almost about. No, it was. Yeah. Sorry. That's next one, yeah. Hello again. Hey, we just finished up David's presentation. We're going to 10-minute break here, and I'm glad to see you again. Thank you. Okay. Hold on. What do you mean? No, she's talking about the live. Yeah, I'm gonna mess with it a little bit. Your audio. Oh, wait. Can you call again?
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Put your video off, and then we'll see in like 9 minutes.
Okay. Got it.
Yes, yeah.
And we're not up on the screen, are we, at this point? Gabe, I don't know if the whole world is hearing us or not.
Would you listen to the rest of the program?
No. And, I just wanted to know what, showing the film have the same problems that we've been having all day. No, actually, on the live stream, I know everything's going fine in the hall.
Yeah, live streams. Doing what I
I guess, yeah, okay, well, but I thought it's, if we're possible to upload, pause the live stream, upload the film to YouTube.
Oh, it's. I'm just hesitant to really change it at this point. Yeah.
Alright, yeah, okay. Well, it's something we might consider in the future. Okay. I'm set, you are.
We got about.
We'll be live in 5 minutes.
Yeah, we're gonna go live in 5 minutes. I got the video queued up. Here we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got some witchcraft. Okay.
Jeez.
3 more left. I got this. Yeah. And then he's already in the Zoom meeting, I think you saw.
Okay.
and he will be taking Q&A from same as all the others. I've never been.
Plenty.
I have just enough time to run back.
We're about ready to reconvene now. So if you just follow up with the last paragraph you were going to say, and then come and take a seat, that would be terrific. We're going to look into songs of the windless, singing shanties on the ship Gazella.
And I believe this is the first time anyone's ever seen this outside of the
Yeah. So this is going to be something really different, but this is really, 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 really different. Are we all ready for that?
Yes.
The button and get going.
The songs known as shanties today often evoke a vision of sailing replete with romantic notions, of life unmoored from the dull labors of landsmen, of buoyant sailors in pursuit of adventure, and of carefree enjoyment of wind and wave. If ever we begin to wake to reality and remember that the old-time commercial mariner's vocation contained its share of desperation and abject toil, these dimly remembered songs, now sung in leisure time, persuade us to forget again, for a singing subject would seem to be a jolly one. A realistic understanding of historical mariners' lives, their actual work, and the nature of the songs they sang while performing their tasks, however, compels us to revise these perceptions. Shanties were rooted in work singing practices of Black people of the Americas. They were among those practices which, modeled on African approaches by taking new shape, were developed from the common experiences of alienation and enslavement, which came to cohere as an African American culture. As in today's romantic visions of singing sailors, the singing of enslaved Africans at work was once mistaken as a sign of unqualified joy, before Frederick Douglass revealed that slaves sing most when they are most unhappy. A branch of the African American work song complex, already widespread among laborers on land, being a particular form and method of call and response singing that managed both the practical needs of people working in concert and the psychological needs of their circumstances, extended to maritime environments and grew to at last reach the decks of sailing ships in the 1830s. The genre crossed ethnic boundaries and socially diverse port contexts, such as that of the job of stowing cotton in the cargo hold of ships. Just how this genre of song, these shanties, and their accompanying semiotic frame came to take hold among ocean-going mariners outside the African American community is a story of rich complexity. That story includes the role of technology, which always shapes what people do in their daily lives, including when, how, and why they sing. Sailors, in particular,
were beholden to an array of technical devices and operations that shape the course of their lives at sea, and their singing may not be understood fully without that preeminent technological competence. Hauling on heavy lines of ship's rigging was one side of the application of shanty singing, and perhaps the work most readily visualized. Hauling tasks were finished within a matter of minutes, however. Moreover, such was not constant labor. The task that required the heaviest and longest labor stretch was the work of raising an anchor. Today's images of the age of sail, whether because they portray vessels from the classical age prior to the 19th century, because they are derived from photographs of ships from the tail end of the sailing age, or because they emphasize military vessels rather than merchant vessels, most often present the anchor-raising device known as the capstan. It is with irony, therefore, that the variety of anchor-raising technology most common aboard merchant vessels of the 19th century appears infrequently in cultural memory. This piece of technology was a device called a windlass. Lamenting the miserable labor attached to working the heavy windlass for hours, whale ship crew member Robert Weir wrote in his sea journal, "Such a ponderous thing is only fit to be buried at the bottom of the sea." At the core of sailor shanty singing were those countless hours seeking respite through shared vocalizing. The witness was the veritable altar at which the merchant seaman's available worship to pour out his feelings along with his sweat. Within the space carved out by its motion, the place of shanty solidified, and the shipboard branch of the phenomenon was enabled to flourish. From at least the 16th century, the common ship's witness long consisted of a wood barrel turned manually by means of wooden bars called handspikes. These handspikes had to be continually removed and reinserted into slots in the barrel of the windlass as it was rotated by multiple men. Such a windlass can today be seen on Mayflower II, a reproduction of the vessel that carried English settlers to North America in the early 17th century. Maritime labor made a great leap forward with the invention of the brakes. On this device, seesawing levers, known as brakes, are used to turn gears attached to the barrel. The idea was first patented with a design by Tyzek, Robinson, and Robinson of Northfields in 1832. Their original design employed two pairs of brakes, set perpendicular to the barrel. Later designs employed a single pair of brakes set parallel to the barrel, following the 1836 patent of Powell and Focus. The dual-action lever design of the brake windlass brought far greater smoothness and continuity to what had, for centuries, been a clumsy and often disrupted operation. Kinesthetically, the action for working the windlass became more like that of operating early 19th century ships' bilge pumps. The same action applied to pumping the old-fashioned fire engines which African American fire companies worked to the accompaniment of steam. Although from today's perspective, the brake windlass may appear as an obvious machine, one can imagine the revolutionary improvement it made to the lives of mariners. By the late 1840s, during the era of packing clipper ships, and just in time for the gold rushes and great intercontinental migrations, the brake windlass was established as a device of choice in merchant shipping vessels. Perhaps contributing to the brake windlass's frequent absence from cultural memory, neither Richard Henry Dana in 2 Years Before Past, nor Harper Melville in books like Moby Dick mentioned the device. The experiences on which these author mariners based their lives occurred in the day before many vessels began to be fitted with brake windlass. Charles W. Morgan, now the only extant wooden whale ship, was built in 1841, the same year in which Melville set out on his whaling experience. It's no surprise, therefore, that the Morgan did not begin her working life with a brake windlass. Yet, by the Morgan's third voyage, begun in 1849, she had acquired a brake windlass. Whaling vessels came to use brake windlasses even more than did cargo shipping vessels, and up to a later date, for the windlass was necessary in whaling not only for raising anchor. Whaling crews required the windlass to haul aboard the enormous sheets of blubber and other parts of linens from whales, which were often heavier than anchors. An artifact of this history, the Morgan's windlass on display aboard the vessel at Essex Seaport offers a rare glimpse of this technology. While the brake windlass remained an important tool for many decades after its establishment in the 1840s, anchor raising technology continued to develop concurrently. As early as 1856, James Emerson's patent for a new anchor raising device requiring fewer hands was praised for its ingenuity. In this design, a below-deck windlass apparatus was driven by a capstan above deck, as seen here on the 1882 ship Joseph Conrad of Mystic. In the 1880s, steam engines or dories were increasingly fitted to windlasses. Charles W. Morgan acquired a donkey engine in 1886, for example. Purpose-built steam windlasses followed. By the turn of the 20th century, most large ships were carrying windlasses operated by an engine. A significant portion of the heavy labor on shipboard was thus phased out, and with it, the singing that had been embedded in the work. Nevertheless, the brake windlass continued to prove useful in smaller commercial vessels up through the 1920s and beyond. Manual windlasses served alternative uses and provided emergency functionality in fishing trades when using an engine might lack sufficient control or immediacy. The schooners and barkentines used in the Grand Banks fishing trade in particular made great use of brake windlasses, although typically these were devices smaller in size than the classic models that revolutionized labor in the previous century. Comprising a discrete genre of shipboard work song, shanties developed during a later period than many imagined. The historical record of shipping in the 18th century is devoid of anything like the songs that came to be known as shanties. Vocalization with shipboard labor in the Western world prior to the 1820s consisted mainly of short cries or rhythmic shouts, to coordinate jerking on lines or the handspikes of the original list. There was a time, however, when the emerging shanty genre coexisted with older fashioned chants. It's during that period of overlap and transition that one can see most starkly the correlation between the shipboard technology and its accompanying vocalization. For where the old cries of yo, he, ho persisted, they were found in ships that still carried the handspike windlass. A new style of work singing, shanties, makes an early appearance in an account also containing one of the earliest observations of a brake windlass put to use. In April of 1837, the American packet ship Quebec sailed from London to New York. On board was the Royal Navy Captain Frederick Marion. Having been retired from sea service since 1830, Marion was then traveling as an ordinary passenger, however. His shipboard technology had developed since his period of sea service. As the Quebec left port, her crew raised anchor using a brake windlass. Marion expressed his surprise on seeing the device, which he was encountering for the first time. When I cast my eyes forward, I could not imagine what the seamen were about. They appeared to be pumping instead of heaving at the windlass. I forced my way through the heterogeneous mixture of human beings, animals, and baggage which crowded the decks, and discovered that they were working a packet windlass by Dobinson, a very ingenious and superior. While the crew pumped, they sang. Singing with speed labor, Marion indicates, was usual. However, his language suggests that the song on this occasion, Sally Brown, was a song of a new type. The one they sung was peculiarly musical, although not refined, and the chorus of "Oh, Sally Brown"
was given with great emphasis by the whole crew between every line of the song. Sally Brown would become one of the most popular shanties throughout the remainder of the Asian Sally. Its form follows a two-refrain structure that characterizes the majority of shanties.
Oh, my dear Sally, spend my money on Sally. In old Jamaica. Spend my money on Sally.
This peculiarly musical type of singing became so well known that when setting out for a passage in a ship from Liverpool to Philadelphia in 1848, some of the passengers themselves took part in working the windlass and requested a crew member to sing. The resident shanty man or lead singer struck up across the Western Ocean. The passengers, Irish immigrants, were so moved by the shanty that they began to sob and were rendered incapable of helping further with the work.
Oh, sailors, where you bound to? Across the western say goodbye. Oh, sailors, where you bound to? Across the western ships that stay. Oh, sailors, where you bound to? Across the western ocean.
Classic shanties like these became the soundtrack to the golden age of American singing, marked by hard-driving Yankee packet ships that carried goods and passengers across the Atlantic, the fast clipper ships rushing around Cape Horn, and the New England whaling fleet that roamed remote parts of the world. In memory of the early 1840s and the Black Cats line of packet ships, including the grieving and optimistic shanty, Storm Along My Stormy, calling it a wild kind of thing. The song produced tropes common to a number of shanties that memorialized
And you never rise up. Storm along my storm. You wish I was also lost on. Give those sailors blood. Storm along my
Storm Along was remembered nostalgically as that old song during an 1848 whaling voyage to the South Pacific. And a writer who sailed on the coast of West Africa in the early 1850s noted that Storm Along, when he heard it sung at the Great Windlass, frequently gave rise to a train of reverie. American sailor G.E. Clark described the witness to the singing of shanties, including Storm Along in 1859, as the dark guide was leaving Boston. Down the rigging they leapt into the windlass breaks. And as they felt the old emotion that they were at every stroke of the break slowly parting their last hold on the land, they broke forth in a shanty that made the sleepy crews of numberless coasters out in quick time. Later, when leaving Bombay in an American clipper, Clark mentioned shanties at the windlass again, including the well-known song of The Wild Missouri, familiar to audiences nowadays as Shenandoah. Often sung today as a gentle love song, hardly imaginable as a shanty. Resetting The Wild Missouri to the work of the windlass brings its work song character back to life. After a century and more since working ships' crews rapidly sang while operating the windlass, the knowledge of how to do it is practically forgotten. Much about the process and the feeling of the experience, taken for granted or not well documented, cannot be obtained from historical record. It's only through recreating the experience in the present that we can fill the gaps. Unfortunately, few operating vessels today carry a great witness. Existing specimens in the style of the 19th century are fewer. It's in this context that a unique opportunity to recreate the experience presented in the form of the barkentine Gazela Primeiro of Philadelphia. Gazela was launched from Setúbal, Portugal in 1901 to fish for cod in the Great Banks. Her career in that capacity lasted until 1969, at which point the vessel was too antiquated to keep up with the trade. After searching for a historic vessel to represent maritime heritage in Philadelphia, the Philadelphia Maritime Museum, now the Independent Seaport Museum, acquired Gazella in 1971. She is now cared for by the Philadelphia Ship Preservation Committee. The Museum is a volunteer-centered organization that not only protects the vessel as a piece of history, but also maintains it for practical use. Gazella is thus notable for being one of the oldest wooden ships still active. In her current form, Gazella displaces 299 tons and measures 177 feet in length overall. She carries anchors weighing 1,500 pounds. Her windlass, a massive apparatus of 5,000 pounds, was first built in Portugal, but little is known about its precise origin. Its iron castings, probably original, bear the mark of a foundry, Tierra da Foz. The windlass measures approximately 11 feet in length, and its barrel is nearly 2 feet in diameter. In 1922, a donkey engine was installed for use with the windlass, foreclosing the livelihood that shanty singing would continue to be regularly deployed thereafter. Fortunately, with Gazella's windlass undergoing a major rebuild in 2022, it was in excellent condition to function as a site of experimentation with some of the old practices and to capture them in this film. Gazella's windlass, indeed, may be the largest existing windlass still operating and suitably reflective of 19th century technology.
Here's a port of a cow that is the best.
Sailors had particular ways of fitting the shanties to their work actions. For example, when hauling on the ship's lines called halyards, to set sails by hoisting yards, the crew matched the shanty to the action by hauling to 2 precise points during each choral response. In the case of the great windlass, the crew did not work the brakes up and down in one action. Rather, due to the great weight of the load, the pumping action occurred in two parts. First, from high to midpoint, then, in a second action, from midpoint toward the deck. Frederick P. Harlow, an American sailor of the 1870s, was one of the few chroniclers that did not take this detail for granted. The windlass brakes worked like an old-fashioned fire engine, except that they were never worked from the extreme height to the bottom on one stroke, but on the contrary, were pulled down to the halfway point where it was necessary on account of the heavy strain from the cable to change the position of the arms in order to shove the brake to the bottom. Many hands were required to heave the windlass, ranging from about 6 crewmen for a small setup to more than 20 tested in large scenarios. Including others engaged in auxiliary tasks, a considerable chorus was available to sing the responses of windlass shanties. The polar or shantyman took his position along the side of the brake, where work was less strenuous, so as to save his breath for his singing. The lead singer developed the use of his voice, employing sharp timbres and yelps, so as to remain clear among the elements and over the commotion and beefy chorus of the crew. The shanty song needed to be modulated in tempo and atmosphere to match the changing feel of the work over the process. When raising anchor, the first part of the process was somewhat less laborious because it consisted only of pulling in the slack of the cable, and then, with increasing intensity, pulling the vessel into position above her anchor. A livelier shanty like Goodbye Fare You Well was appropriate for this section. Goodbye Fare You Well, said Frank Bullen, shantyman of the 1860s, probably more frequently sung than any other shanty when getting underway, either outward or homeward bound. Later in the process, as the crew became more fatigued and the load and the weight of the anchor itself, slower shanties were pulled. Mr. Stormalong is one of the stately old songs from the deep heritage of life. Its solemn character and lugubrious melody, more reminiscent of the blues genre than the musical language of light entertainment songs, suggest why many contemporary observers of shanty singing describe performances as mournful and plaintive. Numerous arcane details of a barren event are working at the windows and singing shanties, making for variability across different events. Experienced seamen of the age of sail were experts at managing heavy labor under the pressures of time, weather, and physical condition. Through this, they learned how to make singing work to their advantage. Shanties, though their qualities included delighting and distracting the mind, were not entertainment, but rather tools to organize the temporal, kinesthetic, and psychological requirements of the job. The experiment documented here aboard Gazella, while undertaken in the context of just one set of variables, has begun to provide answers to questions of historical practice, as well as pointing to further questions that have not previously been considered. Large wind-powered vessels and ship technologies that lost their commercial utility in the early 20th century. From that point, society continued to value them as part of its maritime heritage. However, because maritime heritage organizations tended to focus on either the material preservation of historic vessels or the selling of new vessels with modern methods, the historical practices of shipboard work and shanty singing were not compelled to function together in the way that they had evolved. In the last century, the two traditions of work and song diverged and developed apart. Most sailing ships' crews now operate without singing, while folk music performers, the inheritors of shanties, sing the songs with only a vague sense of their practical applications. With its dedication to preservation, not only of the vessel, but also the weight of the vessel, the Philadelphia Ship Preservation Guild maintains a platform to unite heritage technologies once again. Gazella's vintage windlass might appear to the casual visitor to Penn's Landing as merely an artifact of an old ship. Yet it's a living representative of our past, about which there is much we can still learn. That which Gazella and similar historic vessels allows us to experience teaches us not only about the ways of the ship. In this case, provide insight to recover ships, settings in movies and video games, and return them to their place as a genre of American roots music and the cultural heritage of maritime laborers. The songs of the witness can return to cultural as those uniting cries of uniquely skilled workers who through sweat and sound generated emotion to propel the modern world.
Nice job.
Bound for South Australia. Keep away, keep away, keep away, keep away. Bound for South Australia.
Right on the half an hour, right?
South Australia. About the South Australia. South Australia. South Australia. South Australia.
All right, good. Did you get that applause?
Yeah, but,
Yeah, I'm gonna ping you. You can show your video again. And we'll open up the floor for questions.
In this tech group, these organizers for entertaining this of the show. I'm very grateful for that. And before anything else, I want to give a shout out to my collaborator, Jesse Edwards. I had the storyboard in mind and what I captured. My biggest fear is if I got somebody to work the camera who didn't know about shanties and ships. Once we got on the ship, they'd be pointing the camera all over it. Pirate ship, Mom, and all kinds of funny things, and other things that are really important. And so I'm still looking at Jesse as somebody who had the eye to the same wavelength and capture those things. So yeah, what's up? Questions, comments?
All right, guys, if you have questions, come on up. We'll give you the microphone. Got somebody coming up now.
I'd like to ask you a question right now, Dan Miller here. Can you tell me what about the sea or tall ships or whatever it was? What country stuck on this?
Oh, well, Dan, this particular topic, you know, a lot of topics within the subject area. This one got rolling back in 2015 at the Symposium where I Mystic Seaport is when I first started to present this thesis about women's. And anyone who's there might remember that I was the last presenter after the music festival started. So we were able to go directly over to a shanty workshop that was started in Oregon and play around with the women's. And that's when I started getting my hopes up to do something with the Morgan's women's. That's the best one in the world. There's hardly any in the world, but that was the best. And then with time, I wanted to you know, really put that to work and get a load on it. And once I realized that wasn't going to happen, I saw other avenues. In 2017, I went out to Philadelphia to look at Zella and sort of scope that out of possibilities. And to kind of keep the story short, it took me until last year to finally get a break, not a break from my teaching and to get some other projects, stuff I work I do in India, that behind me in order to finally do this. So not quite the answer to your question, but that's the answer I want to give.
Well, thank you very much for bringing your film here. We absolutely, everybody enjoys this.
Thank you, Bill Irvin. And sort of
Hi, Bill.
wonderful presentation. Are you going to be putting this up on YouTube or someplace so we can rewatch it? This was wonderful, and I want to watch it at least 1 or 2 more times.
Thanks, Bill, for sure. I wanted, you know, I wanted you guys, the live audience, to get to see it for the very first time. And by tonight, yeah, so it's going to be on video and YouTube. I have another version with subtitles on it. And you can either video or YouTube and subtitles on each of them. And I'll work with the organizers to see how I can get that out to you guys. But you'll probably see it floating around your networks if you're on social media at all. I just type in the name of the film, and it's a pretty unique title, so I tried it already. It's my person that comes up in the book.
Yeah, have another.
Other questions?
Another question, right here.
Good day, Don Bryan, Australia.
Hey, Don.
That was really, now is a series of such Cape Shanty, particularly showing the use of the US shanties and particular hauling shanties. So that was great. Keep up the great work. Right, when you get
Well, you know, I put in some little sneaky things in this. I had several goals in this. I won't rattle them all off right now, but one of the goals was just to show people something, just to see what things look like. Because there's a lot of talk that happens, and it's really vague. I think people can't even visualize what's happening. Keep talking about Shandy's work songs, and they're like, they're calling on things, they're pushing on things, and using these terms. Sometimes trying to BS their audience like they know what they're talking about. I think they really know they don't. But just, I needed to, well, that was sort of a general purpose, just to like give some kind of visual there. So when I say I snuck something in there, I was working on that halyard on that mainsail. It wasn't a topsail, but it was a mainsail boom. But it was a halyard, and a heavy one too. That was on the Gazella. That's on the Irving Johnson brigantine in San Pedro, California. Or kind of twisted and made it look like it was the same ship. But I snuck that in there so that would be seen too. So any sort of audience who doesn't read my article, which is zero basically people, a lot more people are going to watch the film. They'll at least start to be able to envision what this stuff looks like.
Any other? Yeah.
Yeah, Craig Edwards here.
Hey, Craig.
That was splendid. And I just can't compliment you enough on what you accomplished there.
That means a lot. Thank you.
And I wasn't going to go and say this except that the last question called for it, because I'm in the middle of writing a book on history of shanties that will really craft around the history of how shanty technology and critical uses of organizations and crews affected work techniques. So a lot of the book is about what he was asking me, the sorts of details of how shanties were used. It'll be a lot more like that. It'll be written that basically engagement. And
I look forward to it very much. That's for the nerds who want to really see all the sources in it. You just give you the pop version of it, and then but the the evidentiary support for those things. Hey, Chris, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Fantastic work. The question I guess you mentioned the donkey engine starting to subvert the manual approach that we've listed. Are you familiar with Hard on the Wind by Russ Van Hoven?
Oh, tell me about it.
It's a memoir of a kid who ships out of haddock fishing in the Bering Sea in the 1930s. And there's a great scene. It's not shanty centric, but there's a great scene where their donkey engine blows up. And they've got to weigh anchor manually, and there's one guy who knows it's shanty. It's right, of course. The capsule of the need to be able to revert to the manual labor when the breaks down. So check it out.
That's excellent. Can you tell me anything about
Hard.
Okay.
Russ Van Hoven? Yeah. Russ Swedish name.
Right. Thank you, Chris. That was, the little mention of the whaling ships. This break one has just remained very important for the whaling ships and for the fishing crews, and that's why you find it on Gazella. Gazella was fishing for cod up to that late date. So, 1880s, you get these donkey engines, and then you've got, if you don't have a donkey engine, you've still got the manual, but you've got the capsule inlets. Those are the two things that are continuing on. So I say this in the article that I'm going to come out with. It was a lot of the people, that get interviewed and field recorded and whatnot in the early 20th century, and you see in the very late 19th century. I'm sorry to think they didn't really have much familiarity with the boundaries anymore. You'll see it in the shanty collections. They'll say, "Oh, here's a chapter on windlass and capstan shanties." And when they're saying windlass, they're not talking about the spray windlass. they're talking about the caption-driven win lists. I mean, I'm not saying universally, but oftentimes this was happening. It's quite confusing for us nowadays.
Thank
Please,
you very
no
much.
questions.
This has just been a wonderful presentation. And I just want to say, I was in Philadelphia at the Maritime Museum exactly a week ago, and this is the first I've heard about the Gazella. So I would like to suggest or ask if this film is going to be like in their visitor center, you know, as part of like, you know, because of I guess the ownership by the Philadelphia, whatever this.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to get like it would have been all over it. I don't know, but I had to look up the Gazelle on my phone here during your presentation.
Sure,
I
sure.
heard about the Mosholu with the restaurant and all.
Oh, so you did, so what's your name?
Okay.
Hi, Anna. So when did you say you were there for the audio cut out a week ago or
Just a
something?
week ago, yeah.
Yeah, so was Gazelle there? They're in Norfolk, Virginia right now. They might have been off already. Norfolk, or did you see it?
I saw the tug. I saw the
No,
tug,
you
the
didn't,
Mosholu and the Olympic. The tug was there. Next
All
to
right, then, so the Independent Seaport Museum has some relationship, but it's not the same as this Philadelphia Ships Preservation Guild. And, yes, I mean, to your comment and question, I haven't done so yet. I was waiting for, certain stages to wrap up, but I want to approach that museum.
So we
See if they'd
like
like to.
collectively like make a suggestion or send them
Sure, thanks, sir.
emails. That
We'll see. I mean, now that this is shown here, premiere, quote unquote, I'm able to send it off to my collaborators there at Gazella, see what their reaction to it is. Hopefully positive. Hopefully that I didn't misrepresent them or anything like that. If they like it, and they'll, I want to get their sort of approval first before I reach the museum. Because the museum is just like 2 steps away from where Gazella is birth. So, and then if they're fine with it, I'm going to approach them to after the whole museum. And actually, that's why I created those like 2 different parts in the film that really, sing the praises of their organization and the ship and so forth, so they can kind of excerpt those chunks. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, come on.
So Heidi Slaney.
Hi, Heidi.
Hi. So my question for you is, one of the things that you mentioned, well, you're doing work under weight, obviously, which most of us who have actually done it at Mystic or elsewhere have not had that experience. You mentioned that it brought up some new avenues of inquiry for you as to regard to how exactly shanties were explicitly used. And I'm curious, what do you want to pursue next?
Well, that's a good question. There's a lot of different topics I'm pursuing simultaneously. I'm not sure how much I'm going to necessarily pursue on this narrow topic, but as to what it brings up, I mean, this test of like that 2-part action, how is that going to feel like? Because that's if you don't have any weight on it, if you don't have any load on it, you just feel ridiculous doing that. It's just a pantomime. There's no use for it.
Yes.
So I mean, I conjecture that in the demos for all these decades done in Morgan, they've never had a weight on it. So it's not going to occur to you while you're doing the demo that you might need to modulate like, the action, that sort of thing, right?
Yes.
And I wanted to see if this was going to feel like pretense as well. At the very beginning, like I say in the movie, like when you're just falling in the slack, it does feel a little pretentious, like, oh, this isn't hard enough. But then when it got harder, you could see like the light of the crew members, like, oh, we haven't been doing this, but I had seen, I had sort of, scoped them out, some videos on social media before I met them, of them. So on a couple occasions, they generally don't do it manually, they have done it. And they're trying to do one action, and they're just having a hell of a time with it. And so that kind of opened it up. I'll mention just really quickly, just to give you an example of the arcade thing, is like how to manage the cable that's coming in. So to keep it from riding over itself, and I'm writing about this in this article. Stan Giebel, back in the very first Symposium in 1980, he brings up this topic. He's got this other theory that's like kind of in the same like spirit as mine. Like there's something to do with the way the windlasses were built, because he says, sale of 1976, I was on the Unicorn brig, which doesn't exist anymore. I was on the Unicorn, and San Diego was saying, let's try the same shanties while we work the windlass on the Unicorn, but we couldn't do it because the cable kept riding over itself, and every 5 seconds we had to stop, and I couldn't even get to a single verse. So there's a whole lot more kind of nerdy, geeky details as to what that was. It's a bit of a mystery as to like why exactly they couldn't get that to happen. It's the mystery kind of thickens when you know that 2 to 3 years later, what's the guy's name? Tom Sullivan records the well-known album called Salt and Planet Shanties. This album was, he goes with a crew on the same racing vessel, Unicorn, and they make an LP recording of them singing shanties, and they use the windlass, and they don't know any such problems as that. So it's kind of a mystery, like, did they fix whatever was wrong, or was something really wrong, but like, some people didn't know how to do it correctly, which sounds like blasphemy, I know, but like, he also says that during next year, there's 64 archives, there's recordings from 1980, 1981. Next year he said, I didn't operate any big witnesses in my career. They just weren't there. I don't have any experience on these. And when he did demos at 64 music festivals, he never had a load on it. So he never really had that chance to test either. So that just gives you kind of a hint at like all the things that were going on. We were so worried that was going to screw up our whole filming. We let one of the film that the Zella crew swapped out their chain cable for they used their hawser, they used a rope cable to just kind of make it a little safer. So because we used rope instead of chain, it made it easier. So we didn't get like full realistic 100%, like more like 95% of the experience.
Fascinating, thank you.
Sure.
How did you get hooked on this? I mean, this is not.
Yeah, I got hooked because it was just like it was an epiphany because what I've been doing behind the scenes for 12 years now is just like just reading the history, reading the sources. And there's so many of them. I mean, you know how academia works. It's like it moves in like epochs, right? In years, it's like to get something done takes your decade just to get one thing out. But just reading the kind of year by year accounts of things happening, like this year somebody mentions this type of thing, and then this year they do it, this year before they don't mention that, and this year they mention this device, and that year they don't, just to see how it seems to line up. It appears to be exactly concurrent. That this family start to explode, and their mentions all over the place is the same exact time when finally the ships transitioned over from that old handspike one to the new one.
I didn't know anything about shanties. I'd never heard of them or anything like that. So I was about maybe 16 when my big brother. Have you ever had? I mean, there are
I don't know
big brothers, and then there are not so good big brothers. I was in the latter category, and I had just come to America from England. I'd gone back and forth a few times. It was just social connections and nothing to do anything else. And the first, at that time, it was hideously expensive in order to fly. So I wound up on the Aquitanian. And it was absolutely terrific. We sailed, it was about cost, it was about money. So we sailed from Southampton to Halifax, Scotia, just to give you an idea. That was the route. Never got to New York. That was all done by, on trains and buses and all this other kind of thing. It took a long time to great to have you with us today. Thank you. Really appreciate it. And you can tell that everybody in the room really lit up. Okay, we're going to do something a little bit different now, okay? And that is we're going to sing a song, because if we don't sing the song, now we're not going to have a chance to sing the song over. So what I just picked one that basically everybody here, I'm sure, has heard of and has heard sung. So it shouldn't be difficult for anyone, right? So just stand up. This landing stage, sing very so very united we will be. It's not the leaving of frees me. When I think of thee.
Well, differences, landing stage. For California. I know. So very well. United we will be. It's not the leaving of the that brings me. When I think of thee. I signed on a Yankee ship. It is her name. I hear that Burgess is captain of her. Floating down. Oh, very well. United we will be. It's not the leaving of you that grieves me. Darling, when I think of you. It's his second trip with Burgess in the Crockett. I know him well. And say we can get out. I'm sure you can. So very well. When I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of the earth that grieves me.
darling, when I think of you. Farewell to old Frederick Street, and Marley, for I know till a long old time I see you again. So very well. Return united we will be. It's not the leaving of the Lord that grieves me, darling, when I think of
I think it's time for Dan.
Hello, everybody. Our presentation is pre-recorded for lack of. What you're going to see is a pre-recorded presentation. We're going to follow that with press gang mutiny, and they will probably arrive first one. But these former couples, one complements the other. I think press gang will be time to introduce theirs, but we're going to try to go from one to the next, and then do joint Q&A with a live stream to St. Vincent after you do the two. You'll be sitting for quite a while. Thank you.
Hey. Sorry, I turned the volume down. Did that, no, I did that intentionally. I just forgot that.
Vincent Reed of St. Vincent, and I am here. Our co-presenters today, we represent the Beverly Whalers Project. We're very grateful to the Maritime Music and Tradition Society and the Connecticut Sea Music Festival for this opportunity to share our program with you. We're also very grateful to Faye and Dan Miller, the directors, and volunteers for their hard work and dedication to this festival. Special thanks to Ackley Olton of St. Vincent for his gracious assistance and with this recording of our presentation.
In the Eastern Caribbean, within the shops known as St. Vincent and the Grenadines, on the leeward coast of St. Vincent lies the town of Barry, the town known colloquially as Blackfish Town, and Baga. It's about 12 miles north of the capital city, Kingston. Barry houses about 5,000 people, which are all in a fishing community, and a few hundred small-scale agricultural and other fisheries serve as primary drivers of the local economy. Barry has a unique reputation as a major fishing center with the pilot whale, that's the blackfish. Pilot whale fisheries that plays a defining role in our cultural heritage. Historically, Barry has a longshore fisheries sail and oar, yes, rowing. Through our encouragement, in 2001, 5 men who worked in Barry as longshore whalers at various times since the 1940s formed a touring performing group called the Barrett Wailers, known principally as shanty singers. They found enthusiastic reception everywhere, principally among people keenly interested in folk music and maritime heritage.
When 22 years ago, I, an American and Vincent Vincent, headed to Beverly to see the old whalers one evening, we couldn't know what an adventure lay ahead. Of course, the whalers we met scarcely imagine what the future held for them. Now, from our contrasting backgrounds, Vince and I come to a common interest in what the Valley Whalers represent. We believe that their legacy merits recognition in St. Vincent and far beyond its shores. This belief has grown out of our personal involvement with the whalers, our appreciation of their legacy, and the very favorable reception they received internationally. Over 40 years ago, when I first read about the whalers of Beverly and their shanty tradition, in Roger Abrams' Deep the Water, Shallow the Shore, excited me tremendously. The book described men scarcely one generation removed from the present time who used 19th century whaling technology and sang shanties. I heard folk musicians sing a few Barry songs, but Abrams had provided critical context and revealed the vitality of this occupational music. It seemed that these Caribbean whalers could offer a fascinating taste of authentic collective shanty performance, unlike virtually anything else in existence. The opportunity remained to engage with these shanties and encourage appreciation of their special heritage.
From our separate viewpoint, we saw the Barry Whalers as a compelling opportunity to bring their native songs to life for a time. The Barry Whalers trusted in our vision and embraced a chance to experience a world that welcomed them to fly. This experience has brought great satisfaction and reward.
Outsiders, that is, people outside Beverly and St. Vincent, have driven most of the activity celebrating the Beverly heritage of whaling songs until recently. In addition to Roger Abrams in 1966, other foreigners American Peace Corps volunteer and folk singer Jack Spinesco in 1968-70, and a few others. Cultural geographer John E. Adams, in his 1973 account in Beverly, described the whalers' music. It may take 6 or 7 hours for the crew to reach a large whale in tow. However, celebration of the catch, fishermen strike up melodious whaling chant, calling the old whaling days. Upon reaching the shore, it is necessary for the crew to retire to the local shop and partake of Captain Bligh, Sunset, and other Vincentian rooms. Adams explained that the whalers sang in celebration of their success, but seemed to suggest they sang also in homage to old whaling days, projecting a nostalgia that the shanties evoked for him. An American folk music blogger gushed about the first of the American whalers at the Sea Music Festival, Mystic, in 2002. Also surprised at the festival was the group that barely whalers. Wow! For 4 older guys who as young men took part in the small whaling industry on the coast. The men described how in those far off, isolated, and impoverished days they rowed, yes, with oars, folks, rowed out to sea to find and chase whales with harpoons. Then after killing the whale, they would have to tow back to land, towing the whale. During these passages, they sang war songs to fight off boredom, exhaustion, and thirst. Oh, just some old songs they learned from their grandfathers for the time war. Real breathing, walking, whaling into the Noah and many other recognizable songs from Cold Core. They word by word passed down 200 years of the island. It's an amazing experience for minds of city folkies who have only seen the way on the Discovery Channel. They're to see Morrison Cruiser. They were excited, energetic, entertaining. They blew the roof off in the evening concert. This was a great folk. Like Jack Spinesco, several performers were spelled to their repertoires, developing their own interpretations of the songs. A few of these adopters made careful efforts to learn the shanties the whalers sang them. You may recognize some faces here, some familiar faces of performers. some of them nearby, some of them from overseas. Mystic Seaport Demonstration Squad members, young rovers.
Bounty ones.
Bounty well, Tall 12, and some other people you might see this weekend. After witnessing the Barely Whalers in 2002, Mystic Seaport Routines Research Associate and former Stevenson Symposium chair, Glenn Gordonier, grasped the simple and captivating essence of the Barely Whalers in mind. There was a beauty to the unselfconscious reawakening and playing out memory that we saw unfold before us again and again. I would hope the world at large can come to know these men, their spirit, their music, and their uplifting sense of dignity. Preciously, I'm worried about the Whalers' night today, the possible end they could face. Environmentalists might perceive them simply as whale killers. I fear that the dignity and openness of these men will be warped by the larger world. I also feel the well-earned pride they feel from taking on the Leviathan will further attack by those who commit all their moral and physical energies to the protection of the world's cetaceans.
The whalers Abrams had interviewed felt surprised and proud to see their whaling heritage presented 35 years later. When we proposed assembling a group to perform at Mystic Seaport Festival, the men were immediately receptive. The notion of traveling to the US performance excited them. Upon first hearing other entertainers on stage at the festival, I could remark with some astonishment, this sounds so musical. He seems impressed with the polished performance of others in contrast to the Whalers' rough, unaccompanied songs. Whalers soon learned that they had a place of extraordinary honor in the opinion of the Connecticut audience. For the Barry Whalers, the rejuvenation of their shanties for new audiences became exceptionally personal journey of a physical and metaphorical nature. Each individual took satisfaction and pride as a participant in this story. This unforeseen, truly mind-spinning experience of becoming admired international celebrities virtually overnight became one of the great episodes in each of their lives. They embraced the opportunity for individual reasons and with a collective sense of to their occupational heritage. Indeed, the Whalers responded to their reception in Western Europe. George Ockwell Fredericks, the sole member of our Whalers, has taken great satisfaction in his recognition as a noted whaler and one of the last Irish shantymen. The fact that his 21-year-old research dominates of deep water shallow shore has made him particularly proud. Ockwell has felt the responsibility for upholding the Barry tradition, not simply because his lifelong immersion in Barry whaling culture, but also owing to the broad appreciation of his style that he has acquired as a touring performer. In contrast, one of the crew that Abrams had interviewed declined to participate in Barry whales despite multiple invitations. For its own reasons, Harry Hawk did not value the opportunity to extend the others to the extent that the others did. Perhaps he could not abandon his family because he's a family for other overseas trip. Perhaps he pretended to prefer to spend time and rent capital somewhere else. Or perhaps this idea of cultural heritage amounted something of a luxury in which he chose not to indulge. The complexity of a whaler's identity could involve multiple roles as an employee, a crew member, and a skilled hunter and provider. Tensions run high between both owners, captain, crew, and family members in the whaling business. Barry whalers develop a reputation as tough seafarers who who could sail out over the horizon 20-foot, 25-foot boats and weather all the uncertainties, travails, and dangers of a long day pursuit and sometimes catching their quarry on the open ocean. No profession on St. Vincent can truly be compared to the life of a barren whaler, risk and reward. This realization helped to explain how Vincent, having little connection to barony, would have difficulty comprehending the experiences of those in the whaling business.
Why such interest in old whalers and their songs? In the UK and North America and elsewhere, the enthusiasm for traditional folk music is developed along with a revered history of folklore scholarship. The folk music phenomenon, with intellectual tradition, culminated in the folk revival of the 1960s and 70s. And this cultural movement gave rise to avocations, professions, publications, instruments, concerts, festivals, and associated commodities. This very symposium exemplifies the alliance of scholarship we had in the mission statement. Much of the folk music of this revival advocated for collective causes. This phenomenon celebrated the music of the people, especially the technology's roots music, which developed under the influence of social, economic, and political movements such as the labor movement, the Great Depression, the civil rights movement, and environmentalism. Much of the music that emerged during these historical episodes revealed culture, especially music of common working people, all in context of power struggles and adversity. The folk music phenomenon embraced the truism that songs serve identities and uphold essential values, which North America's plural societies have often demonstrated. In popular arts folk music, sea shanties had a strong association with North American and British identities and seafaring heritage. Increasingly, many among the sea shanty cognoscenti strive to honor the rich cultural diversity within what we call maritime music, sea music. Several non-Vincentian commentators labeled the Maryland as a real deal. For many, the fact that our had documented shanties and Maryland Whalers gave the group an unassailable term of authenticity. So foreign audiences have celebrated the survival of shanties and pure folk transmission, songs passed down from elder to youngster within a community. In the Verily repertoire, maritime music enthusiasts are very familiar with the choruses and perceive this tradition as a last bastion of genuine sea shanties. Many have found great appeal in the whalers' instinctive performance, contemporaneous delivery, movements, group attraction, and melodic rhythmic variation. On their recording, Don't Take the Heroes, the British Cambridge men included the popular shanty Slam Gone Away, which they said was often believed by many not to be a traditional song. The liner notes explain how when singer Johnny Collins Moran corroborated that he had sung Sam Gone Away in the 1940s. Johnny and Kimber's men valued Mulrane's confirmation of the song's authenticity and antiquity. Despite accolades of that authenticity, a scholar participating in a whaling symposium in New Bedford once challenged our assertion that the whalers had inherited famous shanties such as a long time ago through oral transmission. Believe it.
Within the developed nations of the Eastern Caribbean, the common notion of folk heritage have evolved and their counterparts in North America or the UK. Until recently, non-Caribbean researchers have conducted most heritage documentation limited to their cultural tradition and the nuclear power relationship in which they were. Coming of age married during the transition of nationhood, the whalers experienced a vibrant culture, Caribbean culture, rich in proverbs, rhymes, songs, rhythms, rituals, stories, the occult, and many matter of oral dexterity. The question of intangible heritage preservation never they all deliberately had their their identities as West Indian, active African, native Caribbean people, slaves, colonial migrants, and forced their identity as essentials a mixed Caribbean African society that made the island its own way of conquest. St. Vincent as a neighboring island, neighboring nation, some of the most salient expressions of culture have taken the form of large-scale celebrations, competitions, and festivals, replete with pageants, music, and dance performances. These events for tourists and critical revenue. Consumption festivals and special events showcase local styles of entertainment and the intention as distinctly nine mornings. It's a Christmas festival. Easter Val, Easter Mass, which is a summer carnival, and all Saints and Paul schools are examples of such special occasion. Such a typically involves merchandising and heritage products. The predominant music style of these celebrations iconic Caribbean forms of music, such as calypso, reggae, soca, raga soca, which is a fusion of reggae and soca, and silka. St. Vincent hosts a number of cultural heritage that celebrate Caribbean history and folk tradition, such as national heroes and heritage month, the Garifuna Folk Festival, Dance Festival, Group Gospel Festival, and local events in the Grenadines. St. Vincent has revived special local music and dance varieties, Garifuna dance, the cake dance, special generally happen at time in the Grenadines, watching and big drum tradition and the Grenadine festival. Shanty, all work songs have not been recognized entertainment genre at all. So this is Ministries of Tourism and Culture, published and the Grenadines. It is a book, a collection of ancestral folk songs as part of its cultural heritage series. This book contains 25 songs. Three were in the public domain for a while, and 22 some lyricists and composers locally. No song of the Barry Whaling tradition, not any music at all, belonging to other occupational tradition. Appeared in the term folk song in this context refers to a song that addresses the lives of common people and their home as purpose, and not necessarily from oral tradition. The American geographer, environmental geographer, that is, Dr. Russell Fielding, while conducting research in Barry for his 2016 book, The Wake of the Whale, noted remark college student after hearing Caldwell and I singing about shanties. The student said, I have lived in Barry my whole life. I have never heard those songs before. Feeling contrast this revelation with his own recent experience socializing in the Canadian Maritime with millennials who spontaneously sang a variety of shanties and sing songs, completely different worlds. Most Eastern Caribbean recognize shanty as a musical external media, which often represents sea music, sea shanty as the music of water merchant sailors. Some exposure, preconceived presentation of shanty very likely leave many Caribbean people with the impression that these songs were the legacy of American sailors of the island's colonial time. Although this historical association is correct, it well neglects notable historical contribution and distinctive qualities of Caribbean Shanty singing, a heritage largely forgotten in the blackfish industry of Barry has always been on settlers living outside Barry. So began an account of the Barley whaling tradition by Vincent Leroy Jackson sometime around 1970. He hoped that his readers would come to look favorably in whaling business after learning all the difficulties the Barry fishermen must endure. After quoting a few lines of the shanty, time ago, he explained that when whalers while approaching shore, sometimes a small fraction of the community hears the shanty, but it is sufficient because the news spreads wildfire. After dealing with business from in their with being at a local road time and the voyage and the days and the sing after that. Residents of Barley might not regard shanty as whalers singing as performance. Shanty belonged to the Barley Historical Whaling Company. Accessory functions until the 1970s. Shanty singing did not rise to the level of popular and role of the occupational group that sang there. Shanty once formed an integral part of the whaling took place at times and place prescribed whalers. In 2001, Vincent Dr. Asian Fraser wrote a letter of a visa application for all the Barry whalers to attest to their significance. Dr. Fraser, who hails from Barry, stated that there is not a lot of information available about the history of the essential whalers. He could explain his experiences at the local whaling scene at one stage, sometimes a cultural festival, as the community involved itself in the process. His endorsement concluded. Mr. Sipon was congratulated for inviting the Barry whalers to the Sea Music Festival, since in doing so, they are drawing on the knowledge and experiences of some of the last practitioners of traditional whale fishing in Barry. Barry's unique economy base relies greatly on subsistence fishing and blackfish hunting. These provide a source for residents and food and health products that bring revenue into the community. Several Barry families probably uphold their whaling their own. The Barry whalers' musical tradition is likely to Charles whaling heritage. Contemporary environmental sensibility not look favorably on whaling, but they reluctantly tolerate the concept of subsistence whale hunting. So, the shanty tradition may carry a stigma because it is connected with the whaling and because it makes more apology for its fundamental role in the Barry whaling. Occasionally adverse reputation as a whaling center has tainted attitudes regarding the Barely whalers and their heritage. Some years ago, the Clearwater Festival, an annual folk festival in New York, a festival that allows our briefly considered hosting the Barely whalers. The festival said later not by them. Actually, because the Clearwater Festival environmental focus, because of the Clearwater environmental focus, which made the whalers incompatible with their trade. The wake of the whale author Russell Fielding postulated that the Barry Fish Fest, a local seafood festival produced originally by Barry Fisheries Development Corporation might serve as a positive representation of the global fishing and whaling industry. One of the original objectives of the Fish Fest was to promote cultural heritage. Fielding suggested that the promotion of shark also represents an affirmative aspect of Barry's heritage, helping to counter the negative perception of outsiders. So far, although occasionally the Fish Fest provided a platform for Barry whalers, their shanties met with relatively little enthusiasm, and of all places, in Barry. Perhaps a Barry Shanty revival continue as part of the Tom's whaling legacy. In addition to the recreational value, shanty singing is preserved and promoted could provide an interpretive window into Barry past and its relationship to the regional and global maritime heritage. In 2013, Vincent Ackley Alton created a short documentary film, Majulu, the Seaman, which deals with perceptions and tensions surrounding Barry whaling culture. The film features retired Barry whaler and captain George Fredericks. In it, the old whaler's grandson encountered a section of tradition and contemporary life in Barry. In old, he said, I grew up in a small village in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where we hunted is a traditional way of life. As I grew older, I came to love Wales. It took me many years to come to terms with it. In this film, about a young boy trying to find his place, it is a story of love, loss, and tradition. I hope that it will help to start a conversation about the importance of respecting the traditions of others, even if we don't agree with them. In addition, it attempts to confront the issue of holiday visitors having influence over the sovereignty of another person's life. I believe that it is important to respect the traditions of others, even if you don't agree with them. Holiday visitors should be aware of the cultural norms of the place they visit, and they should be respectful of those norms. In the case of whale hunting, I believe that it is important to find a way to balance the needs of the whales and the needs of the people who depend on the whale hunting for their livelihood. I believe that there is a way to do this, such as sustainable whale hunting and whale watching.
Now there's going to be a trailer for the.
Bien, cioè, I want to see people put up with I want to see like the brain and teeth and it. Last time they have like a big grandpa fish, like big.
So, if you're going to do whale watching, you don't have that thing because it's extension on a whole. Okay. It's not the two we watch. And then I check. Yeah. That's how the food is. I'm like, you have to eat. Yeah, I reckon food they want to do. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there's your baby.
I come from a village of hardworking house because of their relationship with the sea.
One day that might go, that we are gonna be. Oh, there's your baby. To receptive young minds and air.
46. Thank you.
Participants in these events include the back Shanti has it played.
You have competition.
In singing Shanti in Wales to young family residents and renewing the singing tradition in ways that shallow the show because of the Barry leaders. Their successful performance overseas validates for some consension the cultural heritage leaders represent. Tendency in tourism and culture express interest in this aspect of the nation's musical heritage. However, they are not appear in the inception press or outside of Ireland. A journalist penned in 2013 an article about global chat saying, ostensibly in response to news about Wales' international success. The author commended the Whalers, writing, men have gone to the great beyond, but they have made a solid contribution to the industry during their era. The article discussed various historical aspects of the blackfish industry, including shanties, and observed simply. So now our question in our show. The songs have come to an end. They have landed the catch. In this piece, one could see a glimmer of nostalgia, but the author stopped short of calling for any effort at cultural heritage preservation. Sylvester Grenadines recently entered the World Heritage Convention of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, which promotes the preservation of cultural diversity and protection of cultural rights. Within this program, UNESCO mandates that St. Vincent should uphold the rights of individuals and communities to enjoy and make use of cultural heritage and cultural expression, as well as the rights to play an equal role in the identification of their cultural heritage. For the perspective, Barry should take a lead in how it expresses and Shanti heritage. An unfortunate example of misrepresentation of Barry Shanti online. A foreign professor, while conducting scientific research in Barry in 2008, seated a whaler and owned by the sea and filmed him singing the world of the video titled A Whale Song, paired with Beck Wheeler chanting Yankee Whale song. Beck is a neighboring Grenadine island known for its heritage. It is not Barry. Totally different place. The professor could not recall the singer's name, but noted that a photograph appeared on the cover of Deep the Water, Shallow the Shore. That singer was called. Recently, a regional event has showcased Barry Shanty's tradition. These opportunities featured Todd Weldon as a cultural ambassador and the Shantyman. In 2021 and 2022, the Barry Wheelers Project participated online in a pan-Caribbean festival based on Old Providence Island, a Colombian territory located east of the Caribbean. Festival, known in English as the Insular Caribbean Traditional Navigation Festival, covers a broad range of maritime and cultural heritage. Our participation in these annual Caribbean Heritage Festivals signifies an important level of outreach and broad recognition of Barbados maritime and heritage in the region.
So to ensure that St. Vincent has the best available documentation of various shanties, Vincent and I have started a project to document the new musical legacy of Barry Wheelers by transcribing all the available recordings from 1966 through 2022. This effort will correct inaccuracies in prior documentation and provide supplemental material. Our work will address lyrics and melodic variants of the shanties and associated music. We plan to prepare a book of the songs, which will include interpretive information based on our research and work with Barry Whalers.
The true tradition bearers of the Barry Shanties represent the last who sang these songs as whalers, while learning vicariously from the mouths of Lord whalers. If we may claim that the Barry Shanty revival has begun, we recognize that outside intervention triggers this process, and that a sustainable revival can occur only within new context. Our best hope for preserving elements of this heritage translation of songs to their stories to younger Barry residents and renewing the singing tradition in ways that are equal to successive generations. In fact, Torchwell and other members of the Barry Whalers intuitively found their way forward. When they appeared on stage, they adapted the challenge of performing their songs in settings quite alien to those in which they sang them as young. They succeeded in this in two essential ways. They relied on their innate musical skills to group singing, and they responded reciprocally to the encouragement of their audience and collaborators. Very well demonstrated that they could navigate new performance environment using the same core expertise they had always employed in singing shanty and other songs of pleasure, whether in boat or on the beach. Commonwealth has always deliberately modeled fundamental features of both shanty performance with his rhythm and his antics. The legacy of the Barry Shanty must find new performance partners. It goes without saying. Schools could provide one such venue. American Heritage Festival could continue to provide ideal opportunity for singing groups to represent the tradition as of the Barry Whalers. An effective way to preserve the essential features of the singing is for the young singers to listen closely to the poets. Those who wish to inherit the distinct quality of Barry must hear their recording and capture the spirit of their delivery. Barry Wheeler's greatest successive generation was their pure and instinctual singing style, which exemplified their musical heritage, steady rhythm, overlapping call and response, spontaneous syncopation, harmonies, and vocalized encouragement. These performance elements must come readily to receptive young minds and ears when they have the opportunity to experience and participate in this music.
The big central diaspora of Toronto, Canada, now over 7,000 individuals, including Dr. Milan Moray, the son of the first that we met, and this preeminent a cappella shanty quartet lives there too. But they had to embark for St. Vincent to meet a barely shanty. Preston and Union began an extraordinary adventure in 2001 when they featured Tall 12 in their webcast, The Shanty Show. Last year, they voyaged to St. Vincent and Barely. Preston and Union's pilgrimage marked the first time foreign individuals come to St. Vincent specifically to participate in an application of the Barely Brothers' musical heritage. This visit followed half a century of American and European folk singers, bringing their own adaptations of Barely songs and the perceived narrative of what Barely shanties represent. Preston Union's experiences with Tall 12 and their sojourn undoubtedly gave each member a fresh perspective on how people of very different backgrounds may approach the music of narrative. In St. Vincent, Preston Union made a studio recording of Shanty Man, supported by a chorus of 6 voices. This collaboration represents an important credit to St. Vincent's heritage in maritime music. Junior Sutherland, a respected Vincentian music educator, oversaw this recording. He plans to prepare a school curriculum based on Tall 12 shanties, which will provide an educational resource to promote the appreciation of Barely's musical heritage. In Barely, Preston Union collaborated with the Barely Project in elementary school programs. Vince, recognizing intuitively how competition can spark interest in Caribbean students in a subject, used the call and response structure of shanties to engage students in a singing exercise to demonstrate the shanty form and let them enjoy the sheer exuberance of singing in this group. Dividing the class, one half to sing the call and the other response, Vince coached each to give their utmost. So he brought the whole classroom alive with the boisterous stage, the voices building up. Before old man is in there, you want
Johnny come down with a high-low at full.
This is sort of the school children to realize that Barely's shanty legacy to them. This is yours. These are Barely songs. These songs belong to you. This urged the students to take pride in this Caribbean singing tradition to which Barely could lay claim as a final stronghold.
Barely's heritage of shanty has voyaged many thousands of miles from the leeward coast. Half a century ago, Barely shanty so captivated the American teacher that when he went home, he recorded a few of these songs with an eager group of fellow folk singers. For 50 years, those songs took on a life of their own, drifting where young Jack Stenesco first heard them. They became separated from the heritage that created and eventually nearly lost them. We can hear these now on YouTube. 35 versions of Sam Runaway, which exist, which intentions would never guess were manifestations of Barely musical heritage. In far off northern realms, armchair folklorists and folk singers have adopted Barely songs, or rather, their derivatives, within narratives based on their own experiences of maritime heritage, notions often laden with nostalgia and romance. These devotees have enjoyed sailor songs and charities as recreational and entertainment, but many would have only a notion of Barely's culture. Barra should claim its rights of ownership to its shanty legacy and its narrative. The time has come for a new generation of Vincentians to interpret their musical heritage and be its exponent at home, in the Caribbean, and beyond. In St. Vincent, the contemplation of folk heritage is a luxury. Heritage celebration takes place on a grand scale in the form of pageant and festival in a land whose welfare depends on tourist dollars. And the entrepreneurship for these those who struggle hard to get them. The glamour of intentionality becomes monetized wherever, whenever possible. Singers, dancers, and bands compete for popularity. The former pastime of occupational songs, folk songs, winners make poor candidates as a band of entertainment in this cultural setting. Barry's heritage of Shanti has a place within the international community of maritime music enthusiasts. Barry's schoolchildren have offered a new prospect. They exuberant response when we visited Barry's school, singing Shanti, to adults that this musical heritage could find a new life where it originated. In an exciting exchange, the students selected musically with Caldwell, a group of white Canadian singers and us. When young people taste the simple joy of all singing and realize they're playing on the music of their forebears, experience can transform their concept of heritage. Barley Whale's experienced the thrill and delight in foreign singing in a way that they could scarcely have expected. These audiences reciprocated much as the Barley students did. Actually, their enthusiasm responded with heartfelt joy. Despite the passage of time, the phenomenon of challenges, seesaw performances, and group singing at American festivals and other venues throughout the world remains vibrant. That's something I'm very happy about. Many participants in these events include the Barely Leaders and personal community have enjoyed the celebration of diverse maritime legacy through music and fellowship. These exciting opportunities continue to offer receptive audience for Barely musical heritage and a rewarding way for future generations to live across cultures and time.
All right, Dan, you want to come on up here and
I think you want to go right to the.
oh, you're okay. You guys want to say a few words? Very quick. I'll throw it up there, pause it, we can just start it. Hi, everyone. First and foremost, we're just looking forward to seeing everyone over the course of this wonderful weekend. Big thanks to the American Music Community Society for having us. We are going to show the film that was just quickly introduced by that last segment. Just to get a couple things about the film, it is a working version. You are the first people to see it outside of people's already. We'd love to get any feedback on what we might like to see.
Though it may say final up there, that's not actually.
Final version one.
Final for this weekend. But it's not. I think what it lacks is something that lacks some of the information and maybe that we want to put in there that is completely 1,000% made up by the presentation that you just saw. That's perfect. I think we would have a lot more to explain than what you just saw. I think what you're going to get here as a companion you just saw is just more audio and more.
I think maybe a few very quick thank yous as well. Dan, for getting us down there with Paul, with Vincent, St. Matthews, and Major was mentioned.
presentation in our film for this document. It was a session that we did for an album. You can merge it, the album's not ready yet, but if you scan it. One final word from me anyway, which is here from Lulu and Trip, all the way to practice and processing of the meat. So, it's some it's maybe bright guidance. Anything else to add, boys, before we?
I think let's hold it. We're about to come back and get questions and discussion after if that makes sense to you. So thanks so much.
In sea shanty for years. We do folk dancing and you drink after the dancing and in the pubs you sing these songs. They're really easy, big chorus type song. And Tim and I also used to do sailing, so we sing the songs on the boats. And I remember getting a text from Tim, you got to see a concert. And he sent the text was along the lines like, hey, there's a bunch of guys on stage singing speeches, and the room is full of young people having a great time. We missed the trip. Beneath the water and shadow. Bear away, Yankee, bear away. Down, down below. Bear away, Yankee, bear away. What would we tell your goon today? Bear away, Yankee, bear away. That break of day. Bear away, Yankee, bear away, boys. Bear away, all of day. Bear away, Yankee, bear away. Jungle today. Bear away, Yankee, bear away. Oh, I am down. When we couldn't sing together during COVID, we decided we would do this podcast where we would talk to shanty singers from around the world, called Shanty Show. And one of the guys we got connected to, we'd always heard of the early whalers, these guys from burying some of these shanties while actually out, rowed out and looking for whale. And we got connected to Vincent Reed and George Caldwell Frederick and spent a monthly hour and a half chatting with them for the podcast, and then we were allowed to travel again.
It's funny because everyone that we talked to, I think pretty much everyone was like, oh, we'd love to see you in person someday. We'd love to see you in person. And I specifically remember saying that to Caldwell, and I specifically remember saying that at Nursing Vincent. And thinking to myself, two things, like, yes, that's probably the best place that we've spoken to visit. And it's probably the most fun we have. And look at this, it's so exciting.
So for us, this is an amazing chance to learn about the island, to learn about the way the songs were sung here, but also just to meet people. And hopefully have a really good time while we're here. So the songs that were used here in St. Vincent and out of Barry and actually as well, how those have actually been part of and influenced the larger tradition of performing shanties internationally. And it's interesting because we sing some songs that we sort of came to learn after the fact, were versions of songs that were sung here, songs like John Penn or Never Be Canadian, and we didn't understand the way that these songs are used. So it's really fun discovering some of that and understanding how the songs might have transformed and changed over time and with different music. And also interesting as they went from being primarily work songs to being songs that were being kind of performed as a group thing, concerts and what that's meant. So I think we're here to learn a lot about that, but I think for us it's a chance to actually get to sing with the people who really sang these songs while working. It's an amazing opportunity.
Yeah, I went to top 12 in Lockwood, yeah. That was like, that was a moment where it's like, okay, my like Ukrainian descent saying this, you found this song flying somehow.
Well, you kind of based it on the John Collins.
You based it on the John Collins version. Yeah, exactly. So we have this, Ukrainian friend singing a version of a song with the Niles, collected by a guy from the UK. You know what I mean?
It's one against me, John that we learned that song, and it's a beautiful song. And we sing, always sing it as kind of like the song we sing at Awakening, Song of Morning. Right, it's on a version by the English singer Johnny Collins. Turns out that was a song that was sung against the people who didn't get up early in the morning enough or didn't like work active enough or too lazy. And so what we got to say is the song. That's true. Let me be wrong.
So this obelisk is dedicated in honor of Right Joseph Chatterley, Paramount Chief of the Caribs. Joseph Chatterley was elevated to the position of Paramount Chief in 1768. He was a freedom fighter, a liberator, a staunch opponent of colonialism. He was a military strategist, head of the Caribbean and head of the Foreign Council. Chatterley was well respected in his nation as well as the British and in 1773, he headed the Garrison delegation to the signing of the treaty with the British Caribs at the Camp Lambrickout. Chatterley was influenced to the Garrison role as a paramount chief, high priest, all the Carib warriors, and head of state of the Garrison. Thus, he was responsible for the Caribbean nation socially, economically, and otherwise.
I was just thinking it's interesting in respect to really respected leader of the people. Because they also, we have back Louis Riel, who was the Métis, who were a mix of and European people that kind of identified in a certain way. And reflect that in his own time, he was faced a lot of abuse of his culture doing. And now he's respected and sort of being all this time later. I think that St. Vincent, and we got our chief this country as well as our own here with the. But I think all the people have that didn't necessarily fit into a box and and in 1763, which is the same year as the signing of the Treaty of Paris, handed over all of French Canada to the British at the end of the Second World War, which is also known as the French Treaty War. So it's interesting again talking about the parallels throughout globally. You seem to have a kind of better, if you can say it that way, whereas the British kind of came, more to know that the songs we sing are connected to here, kind of another different level of feel. Like the people are connected, right? Like there are these big forces in history. That's not just a thing that's happening now; it's a thing that's been happening for centuries, and the forces that shape where we come from, the same forces that down here. It's wild.
Yeah, there's definitely this class power struggle that you see echoes through history.
we're sitting right now at the edge of a great rock that is encapsulated in a little part of the ocean. It's a salt pond for recreational swimming now on the edge of a volcanic beach with the black sand there. Pretty cool. We were on the beach and our money was all one. We signed on this package right along. Goodbye, me darling. Goodbye, me hero. Just over here is the perfect metaphor for our trip. That is where the Atlantic meets the Caribbean. Right away right there. Yeah. So just those two sort of worlds coming together. Two oceans together. So that's pretty beautiful.
Honestly, kind of didn't want to come on this trip. Yeah, we did a big shanty tour in August. We went on the coast of New Brunswick, and I was out there with my family in a camper van for like the better part of 3 weeks. And we just come off from singing, and we just come off from like being out, and work had just started getting like post-vacation serious again, and I'm into my job, I really like it, so I was like, there's things I'm excited to do and exciting projects that I'm working on, and yeah, there was a couple times when I was like waiting for James to get clearance from the superintendent for him to be able to take this trip, and I was honestly like secretly hoping he wouldn't get the clearance, that the trip wouldn't happen, that just be able to like take it easy, which I know is crazy because like who doesn't want to go to a beautiful place and have a great time singing music that you love. Like I know, I feel, I like actually felt bad for not wanting to go as well. I don't know, it was weird.
If it were up to me, I would never be able to get any of this done, or even get anything like this off the ground. Right now at home, I feel like I'm in a bit of a situation where I'm basically stuck working all the time, and I owe a lot, I think, to the people who were able to take the time to organize this and make this happen.
The big part of getting work done is being able to work with the people you're with. And I think maybe there's something to the notion that these songs have survived as a different type of technology. They're a technology, they're a way to bring people together from very different backgrounds, because the world's not getting any bigger. It's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And the more that we have ways, and maybe shanties can be a way, not the only way, but ways to find those common points of connection as we encounter each other in spaces that are familiar or spaces that are unfamiliar. Deep the water and shallow the shore, bear away Yankee, bear away boy. Deep the water and shallow the shore, bear away Yankee, bear away.
It's pronounced Baru Ali. It's a French word. I don't know what it means. I don't know. And it's French. The French originally laid out, right? It's kind of in blocks. From an economic standpoint, the main is fishing from the sea, right? And this is the location where whaling is conducted from. In Symposium, Grenada, there's only 2 whaling points, Barley and Beckley, right? So this is Barley. The top has about 5,000 inhabitants. There's a small area that is considered a commercial over there. There's a small park there. You will also see to represent the blackfish. Yeah. Right? But Hong has rich history, rich cultural history, where I don't know if you ever heard of shanties. This is where Shanti was up. The boats that went out would have gone out to see them, and they're coming back to sing Shanti, and especially if they have that one of the visitors there. That boats are coming in, they have a catch. That's good. We pull a pilot way on.
My time, the olden days, 16, the same, always and same, always and same. I could remember one occasion, August month, so nothing like, we rode from here, so, I don't have to be here.
How far is it?
Something you 10, 15 miles away.
Most of the morning, I think.
Yeah, in the morning. And say, what? Show them. I said, show me. You shall see. That boy, get up. And you get it. Get up. See, fast. Ship used to come from Canada, come back about here. Actually, I used to go most likely from where I live. Take what's hard, you don't know. Except for the Charles, you listen to Pisa. You listen to Pisa. So, two different speech of writing.
Yeah, they don't trust it.
To this, we are in the sport, right? Yeah. We are the black shop.
Big mistake.
Study market. No, it's only, but nobody put it, did it, no, but something else. So now, what, it's, what, the part of the budget. Make on the graphics itself, no. For instance, oh, dollars. I will say, for already, my best friend, one day sketch, $1,000. One day sketch, I just got yours. $1,000. But you know, it's not good, it's not rare. It's like no things happen.
You're a good partner, a good partner. You're
Those years, those years I used to think about it. And this is how I get men in talk. Rain. I have some regular friends in. I go, boy, do well. Back. Close. Those days, my friends there. That's how we also call it months. So, you know, cool. I want Miss Thomas. So I talk about it. I fold the glass from the rum. Stop. Fold the glass from the rum. One of the guys said, boy, that's a top. I just thought it was. I thought that was top. I said, let's go. Let's get a bus stop. I thought that I get money for a very big 96. So we start. John took me from cities to America. John carried France, started. And he took me to Holland, started. So, listen, there's a lot of traffic, but listen to me. So they asked me, I am one of the jobs. But I prefer to call it job, right? Because who has a daughter before? Daughter? What is it? I'll let you accept it. Yeah. Rayo, Yahweh, no, different here. You can't get no. But that activity, I'm a part of it. You know, like, you go on. Oh, you hold him out, we say, I adore. So good when you get to this, I'm going to oh, fast.
I don't think we can sing that well. This is key. You're the third person.
If this river don't drown me, or I'm a river driver, or
You guys, I noticed you what some people may consider a bit gross, but that all disappears when you remember how hungry you are. Processing of a hash. So what it's about is meat being cut up into strips, and so that it can be hand out to dry. Salt before, before it's handled, right? So as not so to put spoil. That's the method of preservation, preserving the food from without since the beginning of time. So it started hand out to dry in the sun, started, takes about 2 days. It doesn't stay in the night. Take it out in the evening, so it down, and in the morning they hang back up. So if the sun is really hot, it's about 2 days. At that stage, it is taken off and bundled, put bundles or cost. What happens after that? A person would buy it much cost now. Then it was cheap, I'm cheap now. Uh, you take it to carry home and you soak the water first. That soaking process gets out the salt from it. In the absence of the salt, you now part that is heated with oil. Sometimes we add different spices to it. Um, Let that salted first. We put in meat that you just bought, and you add your onions, your tomatoes. Some people add cucumber and later, and garlic, thyme. You put those spices and that's good. And you let that simmer for 15, 20 minutes. And then it's consumable. When they catch it orcas, if they would catch the orca, whether or not there's a issue. The thing is, people have to understand, you buy all this material for to see, right? That's money. You go out to sea and you catch, you're not getting, the sea doesn't refund you. The only refund you get when you go to sea, you get a catch. What happens with the orcas? Orcas use octopus and dolphins and blackfish as their fish. So they will hunt them. You, the whaler, hunting, exactly. You, the whaler is hunting the blackfish. Orcas, which is the whitefish, is also hunting the blackfish. And he has more skill than you, right? Because he's predisposed to catch the water than you have. In order for you to get a return, if you can't capture that fish, then you catch him.
I mean, as always, I like to think that I'm open and that I'm open to new experiences and I want to, connect with people genuinely. And despite that intent, I think that I failed miserably in preparation for the realities of what I saw and the total, just how much experience. No, I don't even want to say exceeded my expectations. I just didn't. I thought there was one little shanty trip. This is absolutely blown my mind of my place and the whole global picture of culture and people and power and privilege. Yeah. And I guess how we connect with one another. I know I'm going to need a lot more time to press, but I know that despite my best intentions of being open-minded, there's always more room to experience what you don't know.
A cultural expression, intangible heritage that is based solely in Barron, only place, Barron. It happens in Bethlehem, slightly different, architecture different. Shampoo we're talking about is being popularized by the Barron, and the people of Barron don't look at it as being important. And show little or no interest in shampoo. But these people could leave their homes, North America, Canada to be exact, and come here just to find the same shanty, to hear them being sung by the real people in Barron International. Things like I think a lot of people don't really share the history. Like, look at the old and later. Like people don't really history.
These songs, do they, are they strict? Okay, cool. Just a few.
But a lot of them can fit into it. People say math is the international language, but I've never really seen people bonding over math so much. They don't have to speak the same language, and as long as you have like an open ear, then yeah, you can lock into the people, and usually the results are quite incredible.
So many years into the oh my God. Several years I had found a way. Oh, misery. When I have no money, this will help When I have no money, sissy, help between my legs.
Spend money on the railroad, I'm sure. What an Irish version of that song. The brown, she's a nice young lady. Hey, spending a lot of money on the Sally Brown. Very, very cleaned up. She's a nice young lady. The shanties have been what's called folderized. The lyrics have been cleaned up, and that to me always felt like a loss that some of the original parts of this tradition were gone. But the biggest thing that matters in shanties is keeping them together and bringing people together. And if there are walls or barriers that get in the way of that, then it kind of defeats the purpose. And I think any tradition that is not evolving and changing and growing, it's dead. And so while it can feel like a loss, I think there's much more to be gained. And I think that showed up in, even when we were in the studio, right? Saying what was unsure. Certainly not a politically correct song, but the whole approach to the studio, we would normally go in and we want it to clean and tidy and perfect. And that wasn't our approach this time at all. Capturing what it's to have a bunch of people singing together.
More than a decade, I wanted to do this project with the Shanties. Finally did. And I'm really on. Yeah. Everything traditional, I want documenting it, putting it in its place for educational values and purposes, as you will see it. When this is concerned, I can actually listen to it right on the hand. So when our education revolution moves towards being a degree and community colleges now, can study the Shanties, study more cultural values and cultural aspects of where music is concerned. I want to be a resource person, put on.
All right, so we have driven up to similar to what you might find back home. Like a Fort back home, there's no canyons pointed out to sea where you expect to see them. Back, all the canyons are actually pointed inland because the purpose of this place was basically to prevent any uprising of the arrows. It's kind of bizarre to see like prison guards over.
Wasn't bizarre. I think the British war to the fact that indigenous that's the more discussed. I have a pretty strong reaction with it. Oh. Really strong business cells at Fort Sharp. And I descend spent time in the concentration camp. My dad's mom and my dad's dad and my dad's grandmother spent time in the concentration camps. And they made it out on the down here. Lots of it. And I've gone into that cell. And I could just feel that people had been in there, feel people being oppressed, and a feeling of just needing to get out. And I think about all this stuff over the past year being so taken and consumed with what's going on in Ukraine, and I just felt that the same evil side of it that built that for those guns and people that were just doing their just a place, they're just doing their thing, they're just kids, raising their kids and having families, and just being their cultural it was. And powers come in and set up their plantations and their ports. How many jobs? Yeah, yeah. That's a lot.
When it was up and going, how many today now? Much staff left?
And those things, these are good jobs, yeah. Grades are so well, to learn all that, come back, have a solid job.
Well, a lot of people come here to on a trip.
Oh, trust me, of course. Oh, of course. Like a little community college. Yeah.
And then you from the college come back.
Yeah.
Teaching people and then morning.
Yeah.
But one day, like,
They want clothes, your books, shoes, and everything. And the money that they got to buy that from was from working with the fishing, whaling, or independent fish products, right? So you are integrally involved in whaling, in fishing, in your community. So we were talking about the songs and the thing. When they go to fish in the morning, they very early and they go, they will go out. I can people see this again. And they will hunt for blackfish, the pilot whale. And they would sing songs to pass the time. Those songs are called shanties, right? That's it. And primarily, Valley is very unique and very one of the big shanty guys. Shanty. You see this lady? Picture? People said, oh, father of the great shanty man. He sang the shanty. However, there's one shanty that he's famous for. And he's the only one who could sing it the way he could sing it, the way it sounds. We tried to copy it, but we still didn't get it yet. Father was a great shanty man. Those songs are special. You understand? And they're special to Farley. It belongs to Farley. Guess what? They're so special and they're known all over the world. There's a group of men who left all the way in Canada. I think it's just to hear sing Farley. Or they have to have the thing up. No, before we get to Canada, their name is Italy. That's the name of their group. And they love Russians. They have Farley Shanty. They catch a plane and come. Boys and girls, I'd like to present to you first down music. Now, remember I said, they love Farley. They're a singing group and they have their own shanty. When they restore shanty in the church, people that I read a book and they about shanty, Farley getting all this. So they decided from Farley. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give them a money.
I'm going to get them to introduce themselves, and then they will sing air shot with you, right? And when they sing air shot with you, and you love it, remember, we will sing barrel shot, right? We will learn barrel shot, and when they sing air shot to come up, we will learn barrel shot. We will learn barrel shot, and we will sing it for them. Because they come to learn, so we will teach them. Okay? Let's start music. Good afternoon, children. Yeah. All right. We're French community. We flew all the way here from Canada. We're all from because we just went off with a new course. You see what I'm saying? But Jordy, he said that and he couldn't say praise. Remember that? Okay, go ahead. My, look, he said it. I was a captain, I was on a I wish I was a captain, I was pretty walk, man, pretty walk, I'll tell you. Pretty walk, man, pretty walk, I'll tell you. Look, I wish I was a slave,
It's funny because I previously thought it was something that was like kind of jovial, like I wish I was going away on this boat and potential positions that I would be on this great man of war boat. And we always think that way and then learned the connection with it here. And I got the lyrics are the same lyrics, which lawyer as a worker or whatever aboard man of war. There was a moment in this trip where that song transformed. It came through it just we're going to sing a song in the archway after we got to the port. I was letting out a lot in that song. I guess there was that moment as I was singing that song that it changed. Like, hey, let's go and like, hey boys, let's go do this like shit. And so I was there and doing that. And then it changed from like wanting to get out of the water, wanting to get out of the cell.
Yeah, I think we thought we were coming down to make a documentary about sea shanties in St. Vincent. And we got a lot more than that. Of course, I'm really excited about this project, and I really love what we're doing, and I really love being here. And when I've been here, every night I've been thinking about this every night, like almost reliving the places we've been and the conversations we've had. And I know that because that's happening in my head, there's still a lot of processing happening. There's still a lot that my brain is, you know, take the music out of this, take the vision out of this, just being in a new place can create that kind of feeling.
I mean, just even sitting next to Tall 12 on the couch, I frequently was like, this is kind of like this is a very important historical figure. Who's, you know, is the last one that really sang these songs and the stories, and I feel he's like a cultural treasure. So to be able to back him up and to learn from him is absolutely incredible.
Also, when Mr. Daniel Laming children's old family leaders. Tonight in our presence is Mr. Daniel Laming, getting us to stick all our results in the US. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Daniel Laming.
We thought we might just do a little Q&A.
Yeah, I think we're gonna with kids.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
Don't see him in there.
Everybody left, both, all the Zoom.
We're just gonna start a Q&A, with our. And you can do you have Vince with you?
We're all here, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome. Oh, yeah, we're ready for you.
A lot nicer weather there than it is here.
Yeah. It depends on what you want. If you want if you give me another hour, I can send you some ratings. It looks great, yes, but it's like like a tree light in front of us. It's like well privileged. So.
Good. Well, hey, look, I think it's just an additional, especially for first for all of Apple's work and everything. You were such an incredible host as we went there and brought us around and everything from your beautiful fresh fruit that you brought us from your garden, showing us around the island, showing us everything from a cultural perspective. It's just incredible. So thank you so much. It's fantastic. Most important, Tall, I think that I speak for all of us here. We've got a big room full of fans, and I don't think that we have words to express just how important your contribution to this community has been, just how much we respect and honor your presence within our community. So thank you, Tall, so much for coming to us.
Say something before we open the floor.
I would.
Just before the Q&A, I'd like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Barry Whalers to thank first, first opportunity for everything that they did a few months back. I just like to echo that loudly in a big audience to hear because I'm really, truly very thankful. I'd like to also thank the Connecticut Music Festival for accepting to have us on your program for this year. While we are not a singing group, we're not participating in a singing group, and we the Symposium, we are still very thankful that you gravitated to the RE Whalers. So I'd like to thank Mr. Daniel Lanier. Your every effort is always such a great pleasure. It's so important for us, for Barry Wheeler, and for the recognition of our intangible heritage. And there's a lot of talk about cultural heritage at the moment in St. Vincent. I'd like to thank you very much for everything that you do.
And the dedication. And there's some very adverse circumstances. He's one of the busiest guys in St. Vincent. And but he's made time and put his whole heart into this effort over 22 years. And thank you for that, Vince. We all thank you for that.
You guys repeat the question into the microphone for you, if that makes sense. Or should we go ahead?
That works. We probably take like 2 questions, so very short question.
I'm gonna, actually, it's not a statement, but I'd like these gentlemen and you gentlemen
understand how much this affected us as being teachers for over 40 years. And the part that you shared with the children was really what touched us very, very much. Because now, 35 years into these festivals, we realize that our generation has to keep everything going. And to see how excited those little children were over the shanties, really, that's what it did for us. And we thank you people and you people.
I don't know if you guys could hear that. I don't know, Vince, have you had any follow-up with the schools at all? Do you know if it's?
I have visited the school, but I'm spoken with the principal. But the follow-up that I'd like to mention, George is also having, I'm not going to call it a problem. George is also having that fun-filled moments every time he walks the street of Maui. Now the children identify him and starts singing shanty. Was relocated one of the petroglyphs that had all stone, a stone with some old drawings of the property 12, 1500 years back. So we were relocating it, and I went into the town area, and there was a children, I know you, I know you. Una enough, na come their way, Yankee, their way, and that's what they sang to sing. And it just reached me. So I understand the feeling that the lady is expressing right there about when the kids become involved. Because if the kids who are going to be the men and women tomorrow don't get involved now, these farms will be lost. And not just for me, for you too.
Right. I'm really glad that you say that version of Barely Yankee, which is the Barely version, unlike the one that we featured in this film, which is the newest version. So, yeah, one other thing that we learned while we were down. Any questions? Is there another question? Yeah, right at the back of the room.
No, I was just going to say that I think it's very important, not just for shanties, but to bring acknowledgement to the different customs of Native Americans, of the Barrelies, of the Eskimo people who are still eating seal, and a lot of people don't understand how and why this is still going on, but perhaps it's the kind of thing that will help people understand. Yeah.
So that the comment, I don't know if you heard it, but saying about Medulu, the idea of understanding some of these customs that are under threat, even if you don't agree with them, letting them exist in their way, appreciating for what they are.
Yeah, people live many in different spaces, and in a place like St. Vincent, especially during COVID, like some people lost their jobs. The tourism went down completely. There were no cruise ships, so there was no money coming from that. And even if you did have some money, because travel wasn't really happening, and because the lines at the supermarket were really long, there were people, in our communities who didn't have anything to like eat, and they had to go back to their traditional ways to find. We also have an active volcano on the island, and when the volcano erupted in 2021, our entire water system was affected. And what we did was went back to the old water and built the springs where water come out of the earth, to get water for us to survive, And as a people, you need to be able to rely on the resources of your vernacular, of your land, instead of imports, And we kind of like listen to people in other places tell us how to live. I don't see any Walmarts around here. I don't see any food banks on my island, So we have to use the resources that we have, and we shouldn't have to like justify it to anybody, any other place.
And this film brings those cultural connections into a focus that I think those of us who have followed this music from the first time we became aware of wanted to make those connections. I've talked about as much as I could understand the culture this music was coming from whenever I sing one of these songs. But this film and this experience, being able to put this experience out there for us is incredibly valuable. And so I thank you for
Can you tell us where Americans might be able to see Majulu and maybe some of your other films?
Right now, I'm sort of like setting up distribution to Majulu, so there's no place online that you can see it out in the world. I've submitted to some of the festivals, but I'm waiting for their response. I guess I'll know as the year, as the year unfolds, like how and where it might end up. But for right now, it's we're looking for the next screening event. It's not online or anything, and I can't tell you when the next one is yet because I don't know. But I have a website, actingbolton.com, which is like my portfolio. So you would see different projects I worked on, also trailers for upcoming projects. So feel free. It's literally myname.com.
Well, I think the last word goes to you if there's anything you'd like to say.
Well, yes, I understand. From the time I was first introduced on the world and to this present, there is nothing less. I learned, and I did what I have. I did what I had to address. And I appreciate how everyone appreciates some of the versions of myself, some of the versions of myself, especially someone there is. That is one of my favorite songs. And whenever I talk about it, and last but not least, it's poor old man who's singing, and I need someone to come my God. Johnny, come down the high low, the poor old man. Yes, this poor old man, I look at what this is, I'm praising the woman, but the next fucking upstairs. Johnny, come down the high low, the poor old man. Listen, when were you 2018, it's just about 5 years. And he is trying to create new shanties as we go along with different versions. He has shown an enthusiasm that I have not seen in a lot of people. And I wish this whole feeling, this enthusiasm that they have to transcend to especially the people of Barry. Especially the people of Barry. You don't know how much of it is that the people of Barry don't pay enough attention when it comes to the Barry shanties. And I'm really, again, I have to express sincere thanks to everyone who makes an effort to showcase and highlight the Barry shanties.
Just to kind of, just because I feel like one of the things that we were talking about was how sometimes the young people, some of this doesn't feel accessible. Whether that the old folks are not talking, or whether the young people are just like too arrogant towards the they want to. But I feel like it's very important to do things like what we did with Press Camp, which is like a sort of like interactive experience where you bring in the camera, you bring in cinema, you bring in storytelling. Like we sort of like create a thing that sort of amplifies the whole vision of the shanties or the music of the experience. And I feel like it's things like that I need to do that could kind of like help this thing over and also affect the future going forward. So I think we should try to develop shanty soca, because soca carnival music, you know what I mean? So we should be get some nice girls to come and like to the one of the shocks that we got was originated from my uncle. He wanted to say, oh, the solo is the money, go, like you go. And this gentleman is from the good.
We gotta go. We can talk to you all day.
Thank you.